You need to tell me what man you're using to measure him with. Which one?
My idea.
Which is your idea. Now, is that the idea you trained him up to be?
No.
Oh. So how in the blazing bejesus are you holding him accountable to a standard that you didn't teach him, his father didn't give him, he don't even know what it is, and yet as his mother, you sit in his face and tell him you don't respect him as a man. Tell me how that works. Help me.
Like I said, it was events. It wasn't just.
I'm talking
And
about
it's
one
also
thing.
how he treats me.
Yeah, but
He
I'm
doesn't
talking.
respect me
Hello.
as a mom, and so.
You see, you are a provocative victim. You provoke stuff, and then when you start being held accountable for it, then you start twisting and turning and making the other person wrong. Look at me, Mom. Look at me. Look at me. You just sat here and told your son, who ain't got a needle in his arm, who I'm assuming pays his own rent. He's married to a registered nurse. He's got 3 baby boys. And you just sat here in his face and said, I don't respect him as a man. And you don't think to consider what that does to his heart, to his soul, to his spirit.
I'm sure that's hurtful.
And you okay with that?
And it's hurtful for the things that he says.
Good. There you go. You're doing it. You're doing it right now. You're doing it right now. I'm holding you accountable, and you spinning. You're spinning your web. You're trying to get away. You're trying to get away. Tell me. Just here's the question. Just answer it. We'll get back to that other stuff later. Tell me.
Forgive me. I respect him. He's a wonderful man.
Do you understand that your mouth, your voice, your words are connected to the coils in his heart, to the valves in his heart? He can't help but love you. And every time you dishonor that love, you chip a piece of it. This is why in our culture as Black people, when the boys turn a certain age, the men come and get him and take him away from the mother because she can emotionally manipulate him. But since we don't live in our culture no more, we say what we want to say, do what we want to say. We tear our men down and then wonder why they don't make good husbands and fathers. Mothers destroy sons. His mother can speak to him in certain ways that destroy him in ways that can never be repaired.
Okay. Peace, everyone. Peace to the chat. Peace to the panel. Thank you, ladies, for joining me today. So before we get started, I just want to thank everyone for coming. I know it has been a while. Just been working on some things, working on some projects, but I'm happy to be here today. I have missed everyone. I have missed going live. And so I'm just thank you to all who have joined me here today. So remember that here at MaatSpeaks, we are aimed to demonstrate and how to maintain and uphold and build a code of culture through the principles of Ma'at. And we begin by applying these principles to ourselves. Then we extend these principles to our families and ultimately our communities. Don't forget, as you enter, make sure you hit that like button, share this very important conversation, and make sure to just subscribe to this channel. Thank you to anyone who is a new subscriber. Thank you for subscribing. I do appreciate the support. And remember that you can support the channel in a few ways. You can buy me a cup of tea here at buymeacoffee.com, or you can send a donation to my Cash App, MaatSpeaks, my Venmo, MaatSpeaks, or PayPal, Gen Health Revolution. Also, you can follow me on Instagram at Generational Health Revolution, and that is also my website, Generational Health Revolution, as well. So, Before we continue with the conversation, I just want to remind you to prepare to open your minds. I started this channel to heal ourselves, our community, and build with one another so that we can create a world that our children and future generations do not need to heal from. So today we are having a much needed conversation. Understand that this conversation may be difficult for some, and we may be having this conversation for years to come, but let's have the conversation. So before we begin, I do want to take a look at the chat and say hello to everyone in your piece, sis. Thank you for always supporting, always coming through, always being in the chat. I do appreciate you, sis. Thank you so much. And my love, thank you for always being here as well. I appreciate you as always. Arshawn, I'm glad to see you here. Thank you for coming through. And to the TWP Popcorn, always thank you for your support. I always appreciate you. Yes, I am here. I'm gonna try to be more active, but I am working on some things, working on some projects. So but thank you for always supporting and coming through when I do go live. Okay, so I want to welcome my guests. They're not really guests, they're my sisters. I have met them through these YouTube streets, and now I respect them dearly, and I knew that they would be great for this conversation. We are missing one. She did Jennifer. She's not able to make it. So if you are watching, Jennifer, just peace and love, and your thoughts and prayers. My thoughts and prayers are with you and your family. So we miss you, sis. But anyway, ladies, thank you for coming and having this conversation with me. Peace, Hanifa and Awa. Thank you for joining.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you for having us, Mahat. I'm glad
Yes,
to be here to have the conversation.
yes. Thank you, ladies. And so it's funny, oh, what the funk. It's funny. Peace, what the funk. Thank you for coming through. Yes. It's funny that you you said that, because I was thinking about that, and I tell Hanifa this all the time, because I don't like talking about, like the downloads that people get. We talk about that all the time. Like there's a download that happens and then everybody's talking about it.
Yeah.
And so I was gonna talk about that a little bit, but I think that I'm not going to, because they did say it was fake. So she did come out with a statement. I don't know if it was fake or not, but I do think that that is um it kind of depicts, even if it isn't fake, I think it depicts what happens in our society, how we address each other, and some of the things that we don't talk about, like we don't talk about the underlying issues or the root issue, how she got there in the first place. So there's a lot of things that we don't talk about when it comes to um the mother. So we're having this conversation about mothers. A lot of times when we talk about women and we talk about mothers or Black women in particular, a lot of times people are saying, like, well, why are we talking about, toxic mothers? There's toxic parents, period. Well, I chose to talk about toxic mothers because um, I'm a mother. I'm a woman. And it's important to me that we are changing, or changing the trajectory of what it means to be a Black woman and to be a Black mother, in that we have these conversations, because we don't want to continue to do the same thing over and over again and think that we're going to get a different result. And we see that a lot of the chaos, I don't want to call it confusion, that is happening in our community is very, it stems a lot of it stems from the lack of direction from women. So, a woman, like in the video that I just showed, a woman can make or break, you can build up a child or you can tear that child down. And so a lot of times we don't want to have these conversations because it's taboo. Like it's like you can't talk about Black mothers, like you can't really have these conversations openly like we want to, because they brought you into the world. They're seen in a certain light in our society. How dare you question mothers and their parenting? But I think it's important that we have this discussion. We are seeing the effects of how toxicity goes unchecked in our communities. So if we're going to correct this, we have to address the toxicity that is running rampant in our communities. And as a woman and as a mother, it's very important that I get this right, personally. And so I think that a lot of our living situations, especially when it comes to like single mother households, which means women are having a lot more impact on our communities, and but we don't want to talk about it. And so I believe this wholeheartedly, 100%. I've said this before, that even though we do have a lack of fathers, and we do have toxic fathers, right? We have toxic fathers, we have toxic parents, we have toxic grandmothers, we have toxic grandparents, all of that. But I believe that the person that is raising you, which is primarily the mothers in our communities, the ones that are raising us have more of an impact than the absentee parent. And so let's just get into that. Let's get this conversation started. So maybe let's begin with the word. Just begin with the word toxic. So, ladies, tell me, what does toxicity mean to you? So when you hear like a toxic mother, what does that mean to you?
So, I don't know if there's like an official definition of what it means to be toxic. But when it comes to motherhood, my definition of a toxic mother is someone who, or a mother who, like, will make decisions without considering the children first, primarily. So that's why, to me, like, it's so easy to be a toxic mother, because there's so many things in the world that you can do to make you toxic. And a lot of mothers are toxic because it's really quite easy to be toxic, and especially in this country. So, but I don't know if we want to like agree to a definition first.
So yeah, so the definition that I have, and it's just toxic, it's just the word toxic, period, and then we can kind of build off of it. So I have the word toxic, the Google definition means poisonous, very harmful or unpleasant in a pervasive or insidious way. So when I think of personally, when I think of someone being toxic, we can have toxic relationships, we can have toxic, parenting, all of those toxic foods, whatever it is, it's something that it can poison you. It can poison you slowly, or it can poison you quickly. So, and then that and the effects of it down the line, so whether you drink, you eat something that's poisonous, in the long run, it's going to still poison you eventually. So when I think of a parent being toxic, a mother being toxic, it means that she is affecting her child in a
Children.
harmful way. And it can be a slow harm, or it can be a quick, harm, and we'll talk about that. So Hanifa, you want to touch on that?
So in the definition, the two words, you have mother, so you have matriarch, you have toxic. So when we're talking about toxic, the first thing that comes to my mind is fester. The first thing that comes to my mind is a wound that has not been treated and that has now infected the entire being of that individual, right? So I think of fester, pain, wounds that have sat that have not been addressed, that have not been tended to, that have been left untreated, what happens is an infection takes place. And that's what I think of when I think of in toxicity. Toxic mothers are human beings just like you and I, right? Toxic mothers are human beings who had a wound, who had some pain, and it just wasn't addressed. And we could get into all of that as well, as far as Black people in this society, and how there's so many things that we have to hold in because it's a matter of survival, right? And it's always been that way. So the best vision I could say is think of your ancestors trying to escape the plantation, right? You're going, and maybe they step on a glass on their way. Okay, do they have time to sit under that tree and heal and be like, well, I'm waiting for my wound to heal before we could keep moving? No, they have to keep moving, right? And we are still living that way in this society as Black people. So when we think of Black mothers, it's no different. I want to go back to one thing you say. So to answer your question as far as toxicity, I think of a mother who have been through something that she, for whatever reason, have not addressed, and therefore it has been left unattended to, and now it has become, the key word in toxic is poison, right? And so I want to go back to something you said as well. You talked about the invincibility of Black mothers, right? And I wrote down the system of patriarchy and fathers who abandon their children have created this invincibility that we attribute to mothers in our community, right? So when I say the system of patriarchy, and I was just talking to my fiance about this, patriarchy is no good for men or women, right? Women, a lot of Black women have bought into this feminist idea that patriarchy works for Black men. It does not, right? It makes men and women sick. And the way that it contributes to this invincibility around women in general, not just Black women, but in general, is once you push women into a particular role and you say this is all she's good for, which is to take care of the children, right? And you put her in that. You said this is what you were created for. Okay, you have placed her in a seat of no judgment when it pertains to children, because women know it all when it comes to children. We are the caretakers. We were created for such a purpose. Isn't that what they say, right? And so then now when we see women abuse children, this is why people will quickly more believe a man abusing a child than a woman abusing a child, right? Because that is what patriarchy has created. Okay. And then I also specifically said fathers who abandon their children. I didn't say absent fathers. I said fathers who abandon their children, because there is a difference. Okay. They are a father who is being kept out of their child life would fall under absent fathers. A father who is deceased would be considered absent. A father who is incarcerated is absent. I am talking about fathers who they know that there's a child and they actually abandon the child, right? So what happens in that home is the mom is toxic, but the father is always going to be worse than her, because she is feeding, she is clothing, she is sheltering the child, along with abusing the child, right? And because the child has to depend on someone and there is no male to depend on, then I'm going to latch on to the thing that's hurting me because it's a matter of survival. So then the cycle continues, and that child becomes a parent who then now becomes toxic because they have those wounds from that toxic parents that has been left to fester and they haven't been able to address it. So it's a whole cycle. So yeah, that's kind of, and but lastly, I wanted to say toxic mothers are not born, they are made. They are made. No woman is born a toxic mother. That's just not how it happens. And so we have to consider the factors and the things involved, the experiences, the trauma to create this individual, to make them toxic. And the toxicity is not necessarily the experience of the trauma. The toxicity is the inability or the refusal to address the trauma. And so now you're carrying it and it's poisoning you. And it's actually distorting your perception of what love is and kindness and gentleness and just your perception of the world in general. So yeah, that's pretty much it.
For the fathers who like abandon their kids, would you apply the same pathology to them as well? Like, would you say that they are also like a result of the abuse or the unhealed trauma that they dealt with as children, or are we saying it's just mothers?
I would say both sides. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, like, I agree with what you're saying. I just don't think that it only applies to mothers, because the fathers who have an inability to remain in their child's life for whatever reason, because we're all suffering from the same systemic disease that afflicts us all. They are too impacted by it. It's just that they have, I guess, I don't want to call it privilege, but they have the ability to be able to not have to be there because they didn't actually birth the child. So I just think we have to apply it equally because it affects them as well.
So here's what I'm going to say to that, because this happens every time we talk about mothers. It happens every time. This topic is about mothers. It's not about fathers. But every time we talk about, I just watched a program last night, and they were asked, and this is the panel I sent you, Maat. They were talking about abortion, and the first thing I said to my fiance is, listen to when it comes to talk about the woman, right? How careful we are. In addressing the yes, and these are women I respect. These are women I hold in high regard. But I think that a lot of us have this programming as far as women, and I get it, right? Because I'm a woman, so I have it too. But I want us to be careful with that, because this topic my aunt chose, it has nothing to do with fathers. So no one, let me finish no one is saying, because I'm saying this about mothers, that somehow that negates, right, the fact that there are also toxic fathers. It's just that I don't need to address toxic fathers because we are talking about toxic mothers today. So I just wanted to make that clear.
So, but aren't they, like, the problems don't exist like individually in like vacuums? The problem is interrelated. Like, we have toxic mothers because we have toxic father, or vice versa, whether, chicken or egg. We can't really address toxic motherhood if we don't also address toxic fatherhood. But I think they're both toxic for the same reason. So, like, we're not going to end up in a society where all the mothers heal and now miraculously now we're able to be single mothers without having fathers in the house and raise children who don't grow up like the way that they grew up. It's all interrelated. So I don't see how it's possible to separate the two.
If you're going to a healing circle, a sister healing circle, are you bringing your husband, your brother, your boyfriend, your guy friend? Are you bringing them with you?
I mean, you don't have to, but if you go to a healing circle and you're healed, and then you go back into your toxic environment with your husband, brother, whatever, how are you going to remain healed in a toxic environment?
That's not the point I'm making. That's not the point I'm making. I'm making
the answer is no. I would.
Right. No, the reason why is because the circle they specify that it's for women, correct? Yes. So that's how I feel in this space. So it's not that I'm not saying that they're not interconnected. We are very much and I'm glad you made that point, because I wish that more of us would recognize that. That way we won't even engage or what do you call it? Entertain this idea of a gender war, because we need each other.
We do.
But in this specific space, the topic is about toxic mothers. Now, if we
I get it, but so like if we look at the clip that Sister MaatSpeaks played at the beginning, the mother's toxicity directly impacts her son, right? Like the boys are victims as well as the girls to toxic mothering or toxic mothers. So I just like I mean, and I understand your point, like as far as this being about the mothers, I get it. I just don't think, like to Sister Maud's point at the beginning, we're not going to be able to solve this problem unless we like accurately diagnose it. So like the problem, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I understand your point. I just don't think that is something that can happen separately. Like we're all affected by it. I get that this is about toxic mothers. Trust me, I'm like, if you hear my ideas on it, like I'm gonna offend like 90% of the people here. So I get it. Like I'm not, like trying to stick up for men, or I'm not being a pick me or whatever it is that they call us nowadays on these YouTube streets. It's literally just a matter of we can't deal with toxic motherhood without also looking at part of what causes that, which is having the father leave the situation. Because like that young man wouldn't have been impacted the way he was by his mother had the father been in the house, I think, at least from the way they described it.
Yeah. So from what I understand, the father was not present. That was, and that I think that's what we're talking about, because we're having a direct, like there's a direct impact from the mothers and then an indirect impact from the fathers. So
from
they
their
might,
absence, yes.
Right. And so, and then the mother has more of an impact because she can say whatever she wants to say about the father. She could be keeping the father away. We don't even know the situation, but there's a direct impact, and then more of an impact because she's saying, I'm here clothing you. I'm here feeding you. I'm the one putting a roof over your head, you know, whatever. Because there's some women who get child support, but they don't tell their kids that, so they think that they're doing it all. So
yeah. And but also to piggyback off what you just said, I don't consider when a mother, whether she's single or whatever, like I don't consider feeding, housing, and clothing a child to be raising a child. Right. Like those are just the bare minimums. Like if you're a human being, you need to be fed, clothed, and housed. So like I'll just keep it there.
And that's something I'm going to bring up later, because those are tactics that are used by mothers and by society, because society reinforces that, like, this is what I've done for you, and it's like, yo, this is the basic necessities. You're supposed to, like, I'm your child, like, and children don't ask to be brought into the world, so
sure don't.
We use that, and that's something that we in the Black community is used often. I've heard that from so many different people that they use that, like, hey, that's your mother, like she clothed you, she fed you, she made you over your head, and things like that. And so it's used, and it's a manipulation tactic,
very much so.
And so but I think that's the thing, because we do have to Hanifa's point, and then because with the when I was watching last night, and I was talk to my husband about it, and it's funny because we do tiptoe around women in these
we do no, and and this is what I'm not coming for our, because here's the thing, we all do this. I'm just trying to point it out, and this idea of there isn't a work for women to do outside of men is ridiculous. There's a work for us to do, because listen to this, mother is a role. It's not a person, it's a role, right? So when we talk about healing, we are talking about healing the individual, so that when they enter in, or they show up into that mother role, that they don't destroy everything in their path, right? So when I talk about healing as far as women, there's a certain level of healing that must be done with women among women, period. It cannot involve men.
No, so I agree.
There's a certain level of healing that has to be done with men among men. It does not need the interference, the energy, none of that of women. So that's what I'm speaking to, is that we wasn't even an hour into this conversation before we start talking about it has to be a fair playing field. I think it goes without being said. I think everyone on this panel, me, I think all of us understand that as a collective, we have a lot of work to do. We're very clear on that. So what I was speaking to is the fact that anytime we have these conversations in public spaces about women, forget about us, even beyond this platform, there's always one of us that's like, well, the men do it too. Is this two thing? And then when the men are with each other, right? There's
Yeah.
always a guy that comes in and says, oh, a woman can do it too. And I'm like, but that's not what we're talking about right now. So there's a work to be done right now in this space as to the title, right? That it doesn't necessarily need to be said that our men need work. We are aware of that. That is not what we're doing here. And that's all I was speaking to in particular.
Yeah.
I'm aware that if we do it, you're right, Awa. I heal, I come back to my house. If my fiance ain't doing the work on himself, I don't know what that's going to look like. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm very clear on that. However, if I heal, because we're talking about children, we're talking about children when we talk about mother, right? So if I heal and I come back to this home, my children are still dependent on me. I have little ones. I have boys. They're dependent on me. So the more focused or the more healed I become, or the more invested I am on my healing journey, the better I can show up in that role as a mother for them. I'm not talking about men. I'm talking about children. So
No,
I just
I get it. I understand. Yeah, no, I get it. And I guess I wasn't speaking like there has to be a fair playing field for men. Like I wasn't saying it in like a pro male side way. It was just literally like you're saying, if you show up healed and like your fiance is not, then it's like, well, either he's gonna heal or like what, you're gonna split up. Like, so because otherwise, like you can't have one healed person and one unhealed person in the house around the children. Like that's gonna also be toxic. It's just not gonna mesh. But I understand what you're saying. I agree. I will concede.
Yeah, I think and it comes to like as mothers, and like Hanifa saying, like us not having this conversation, because we do need to equip, like a lot of times we're not equipped with the right tools to become mothers, to end this destructive pattern. And so I think that's the conversation that we're having, because it is like, as women who have men who are active in our children's lives, it's difficult to kind of put ourselves away from our men and say like our men don't have anything to do with us raising our children, because they do, like they're they're very active. So it's kind of hard for us to distance ourselves. But I think one of the things that helps me kind of understand is that I do have to have my own separate healing time in order to show up the best way I can. But my husband can support me in that. Like he can support me, but he can't do the healing for me. And that's the thing, because some women don't even have that support, or because they're doing it, they're in survival mode. They're not even thinking about healing.
I think because part of like living in survival mode means like you have to, like you were saying, Hanifa, in the beginning, like if you step on glass, you can't sit and wait to like heal or whatever. Part of being in survival mode means that you also don't really have the time for the level of like self-introspection to require to even be self-aware enough to know that you're toxic or need healing and so on and so forth. Mm-hmm. Like it's like you have very limited resources and you gotta delve it out as efficiently as possible. And unfortunately, that doesn't really leave a lot of, especially if you're like struggling financially or, like that doesn't leave a lot of time for figuring out like how to heal and be less toxic. So that's also another part of the issue, I think.
I agree, Awa, because what you made me think of just now is that we talk a lot about the high percentage of single parent woman-headed households in the Black community, and we have to think about what the implications of that is. Okay, so it's easy to just be like, oh well, when we hear it in this space, it's almost like, women choose that lifestyle, right? They've chosen that for themselves. But if there's a single run household, anyone that has children, the responsibilities that come along with that, right? All the things that you have to do. So do you have time, like you said, to introspect, to assess, like to even reset, to even reset, to hit the reset button, to slow down? And the answer for most women who are single parents, the answer is no, because mouths have to be fed, right? Like that at the beginning of the end of the day, the answer is no. So I am even rethinking when I discuss healing, how I discuss that. Because I think even sometimes when we talk about healing, we are talking about it from a very Eurocentric perspective. And there's a lot of luxury and privilege involved in that lingo that it is not afforded to us as Black people. And so being very careful how I discuss that. And this is why even having the conversation about therapy, I am for therapy, but I'm also clear on the fact that a lot of people don't have the access and the resources for therapy. So discussing and researching and talking more about different therapeutic things that people can do to work on themselves outside of sitting on somebody's yellow, red, or blue couch and sharing their most deepest, darkest inner thoughts, because some of us will never do that, right? When we talk about healing, we're talking about mothers. All of us, we have a mother, or else we wouldn't be here, right? So my maybe 60-year-old mother or 50-something-year-old mother, it's even entertaining the idea of them going to therapy. What's the likelihood of that? Because we all know the older that they get really, concrete stuck in their ways. And you are forever a child in their eyes, their child in their eyes. So you can't come to them talking about, I think you need therapy. Are you kidding me? Right? So that's a whole other conversation. But the implications of single parent, the high percentage of single parent households, we have to put that into perspective when we have these conversations around healing and so forth. I'm for one where they say, you ever heard it saying Muhammad wouldn't go to the mountain, so the mountain came to Muhammad? I think a lot of us need to start thinking along those lines. How can we bring this to our people versus saying go out there and get it, or come over here and get it, right? So it's the least privileged among us, the most marginalized among us, is who need this the most. Because here's the thing, the children who become men who are terrorizing the communities are coming from these demographic that we don't want to address, because there's an issue of classism involved as well. You get what I'm saying? That we don't talk about amongst ourselves, because all we discuss is racism, but there's this thing of classism among us. Often most of the conversations in this space among Black people and mothers, toxic mothers, fathers, absent fathers, and so forth, it's really discussing a certain demographic of people. So what we would rather do is we will exploit these people's trauma and use them for content than to actually engage them. These are the Pookies and Ray Rays and the hood people that everybody talks about, because a lot of us on this platform, that's not our stance in life anymore. We may have came from the hood, but most of us, that's not the life we live. But that's what we talk about all the time. Most of us that come on the platform, the things that we're discussing isn't even what we're surrounded by, right? But it's coming from a certain part of our population. And that's what I said. There's some classism there. There's some condescension there. There is, come, let me teach you how to be civilized, you lowly Black ghetto person, right? There's a lot of that undertone involved as well when we have these conversations. So I know I said a lot, but it's so multi-layered. It's so multi-layered that we have to really slowly just peel back the layers. But go ahead, my art.
So to that, so are we saying that a lot of toxicity is coming, because I think toxicity in our community is across the board, no matter where you
there's no class lines on toxicity. Like I grew up nowhere near the hood and my mother was toxic. Like
right, that's what I'm saying. A lot of times it's just hidden better.
And it shows up better.
That's a good point. Yeah. It's hidden better. That's a good point. And I would dare even say, even in the communities that we like to compare ourselves to, it's because But what hides it better though? Resources is what hides it better.
No,
Access
definitely.
to resources. Because those communities that we think is functioning at a high, advanced level, some of them, they're more toxic than some of our communities, right? But they have the resources to kind of like, make it appear a certain type of way. So I agree with you guys on that for sure. Yeah.
Yeah. And as you were like speaking earlier, like I was literally thinking, damn, you like said what I was thinking in your last response. But like, as far as the class issue, literally, so like, for example, whether you're let's say you're a teenage girl who your mother kicks you out your house, right? How is that level of toxicity different from, like, let's say a young adult who your mother won't let you move out your house until you're married? Are those not both toxic?
So I guess
it's toxic. But it manifests itself different.
I agree, Awa. I got you.
It's just there's levels, but they're all toxic. I'll be shocked if I so I think I'm like the only like non-toxic parent on the planet. And only because I feel like I had to learn how to like not be toxic. I literally studied parenthood for like 5 years before I got pregnant and had my one and only child, who I think is growing up beautifully because of my studying.
So, and I mean, that brings, well, I want to touch on something because Kanifa brought up patriarchy, which we know is a part of the white system. And so with that, a lot of times, I say this all the time, get rid of that white man inside of you. But, and I understand why when I say that to Black men, I now understand why they get so upset when I say it, because a lot of what we do as Black women that create more toxicity is becoming is us wanting to be like white women in essence. And a lot of times when you say that, it's like, oh, it's cringe. Like, I cringe when I say that. But when you think about how much we put into wanting to educate our children in a certain way, we want them to go to the same European schools, we want them to get the same type of jobs, we want that. And then, let's not get on to how we are now trying to look, which is toxic. And when we try to look a certain way, when we put certain things in our hair and wear certain things, what the messages that sends to especially our daughters, but I mean not just daughters, to our men, to the boys too, because you're sending two different messages. You're saying, especially if you are a mother who's telling your daughter that she's beautiful, but at the same time you're not showing that you think that you are beautiful, and then you're not showing your sons that you think that you're beautiful. So the messages that we're sending our children as well, because, and then we can even talk about what we're doing to our men, right? Like we're telling our men that we want to be white women, right? Like, you go work yourself to death so I can enjoy the luxuries of being at home, or, because that's what we bought into. We bought into their values. We bought into their idea of what being a mother, being a wife, being in their society, what that is supposed to look like. And we've
I have a question to that. I'm gonna give you a little pushback on that one.
Okay.
Because no, honestly, and you and I have spoken about this. So, are you saying that Black women be wanting to be treated, right, a certain type of way or held in high regards by their men is Eurocentric?
No. I'm saying the way that we want to push our men to work multiple jobs, work them to the bone, so that we can, because we have been shown something forever, the commercials, seeing the white women and them being housewives, right? So now you're seeing us kind of we're seeing that being pushed now in these talking points with women. Now we're wanting that. So you see the divestors, the divestors are saying, well, I might as well go get me a white man because they're the ones who are dominating society. So that's what a lot of what we're saying, but that is creating the toxicity, but they're not gonna say that it's toxic. They're
But
just gonna
but
say
here's the thing. Here's the imbalance. You just pointed it out, right? That a lot of women who do think like what you're saying, you just pointed out the imbalance without realizing it. Like not imbalance, the unfairness, right? Um the fact that you can have someone from this other race, right, who works and makes a certain amount of money, because we already know how the society functions, right? So they can afford to keep their wife at home with their children. Then, but then look at our men, right? Oftentimes they have to work 2, 3 jobs to make that happen.
right.
But we think that's okay as Black women. We don't even see what's wrong with that. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm not talking about all of us. I'm talking about some of us who you're speaking about, which is like, oh, I want to be home. So if that means that you have to go out there and work yourself to death, you know what I'm saying, and die at 56, you know, then so be it. I still want to live in luxury. I want to be at home. And there's nothing with wanting to be at home with your children. In fact, I advocate for that. If you can educate your own children, if you could be there, like do that. If you can be home, you can breastfeed, do that, right? But if it's not possible, I don't think that you should make someone go out and just to have the lifestyle that you're coveting, that you're desiring, right? Of the white woman, for example.
A lot of these women are not even that they're not even valuing homeschool though. They're still sending their kids to school.
There you go. That's a whole nother conversation. But I guess I'm saying that we have to see the sickness in that, right? To where you're not, even if you're at home and your husband is out working 3 jobs, so that you can be at home, you are still not on the same playing field as that white lady whose husband has that one job making $200,000 a year. It's not the same thing. So it's for us to really, like, that's what I said, like, we really have to begin to embrace our own culture, our own values, right? And even start working on some new things, tapping into that imagination realm, you know, pulling some things from that space that's going to work for us in this society, and stop trying to follow the blueprint of someone else or the people who wants to dominate and oppress you. Why would you ever do that? It will never fit for you. You will never fit that, because even in trying to do that, you are killing off your man. Because no person should be working 5 jobs. I'm sorry.
No, that's
life is not intended to be lived that way, just so that you can say that you're at home mother. But okay, I'm sorry, I went off on a tangent. But I was just speaking to what you were saying, because I was like, there are some Black women in what you said that would push back and say, well, are you saying that we don't deserve, good things? That's why I brought that up. That's
Right. And I mean, that goes back to what we see, like what we value too. Because there's some people who are going to value, they want to live the life of, of luxury, whatever that may be, but for someone else, like, we talk about classism, and we talk about, like, if someone is coming from being poor, then them living, maybe just in, a $50,000 job in a nice apartment could be seen as, especially if they came from the projects, that can be seen as them living the life, as opposed to someone who says, I need me a $2 million home, I need me a BMW, Mercedes, I need all of this in order, because that's what we have it depends on what we have placed our values in. And so I want to look at the chat. Charisma, I hope I'm saying your name right. Peace. She said, our measuring stick to success is now close. We can get to whiteness. That's true. I mean, that's what we're talking about. So that is what our values are. And it's hard for us not to have those values, because we have been conditioned to believe, what is the saying? The American dream or whatever. It's like, we've all been sold the American dream that really as a people, it's really like we're too behind to ever really attain that American dream. Our
even
sons,
even the white folks don't live that life anymore. Like
right, right.
it's only a dream if you're sleeping. It's a dream because you have to be asleep to believe that it's real,
Yeah.
basically. So yeah.
A capitalistic image of success, and that's another conversation I do want to have. This whole idea of capitalism, but that's a different conversation. Um, and then paradise is what you place value on. Exactly. Some people who just live off the land, they can grow their own food. That's paradise for them. You know, they're, as opposed to, because the thing is, they have that saying, more money, more problems, because the more money that you do make, the more issues seem to arise. Like, that's just it really happens. It's just like, it seems like more issues come, the more money that you do make. But if we start looking at where our values are, and that is as a community, not just as person to person, like, where do our values as a community, because we can only really do this thing together. We are either going to do this together, or we're going to stay individualistic, and one person is going to be living the life and the other person is going to be living in being destitute. So that's the thing, as a community, that we have to discuss. What are our values? And so I was going to I kind of went, a detour there, but that has a lot. I wanted to talk about even how we normalize. So we have normalized toxicity in our families. And so now it's become like part of our culture. And so anybody can, even in the chat, what are some things we have normalized were actually toxic and traumatic? I know one thing that is big is, beating our kids, right? Like,
Yes.
we actually use the term beat, like, and it's gotten so bad that if you like look on social media, they're saying, oh, these kids are, they're terrible because they just need a good beating.
Yeah.
Or adults will say, because I got a good beating growing up,
I turned out fine.
I turned out fine. I turned out good.
Questionable.
Right. Let's
questionable.
you have all this trauma, and I mean, the healing is a thing now, right? Like, everybody understand. It's almost like everybody really kind of understands that we need to heal as a community, but that's a part of our as our culture is like beating. I mean, and that was something, I grew up in the South, so beating was, what's the scripture?
Spare the rod, spoil the child.
Spoil the child, right? So that was a common saying in church. So but those are things. What are some other things that are toxic but we have normalized in our communities?
Children are to be seen and not heard.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't question.
Muzzling the voice of our children. Punishing.
Do as I say, not as I do.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Punishing our children for literally being children. Because they are at certain stages in their development, and because we don't really honor that, they're penalized for it. So right. that is there as well. Kicking our children out the house too early,
or just period. Like, I don't think you should ever kick your children out the house, even if they unless they're like 30, like that's obsessive. But like, if your kid's 24 and can't support themselves, it's because you didn't raise them to learn how to be self-sustaining. So that means you got to keep taking care of them. Like, you can't just kick them out and like, oh, let the world deal with you. Like, that's crazy. But
very common. 18 you're out.
Right.
Like, why'd you even have me if I got to leave at 18?
Mm-hmm.
And that's I don't even know how to introduce it, but I think the act of like having a child because you're looking for someone to love you unconditionally, that
Oh,
in and
yeah.
of itself is toxic as hell. And like you can't get good results out of that. Because first of all, you're supposed to love your child unconditionally, not the other way around.
Yeah,
Like,
some of us was conceived as a strategy
which is
Mm.
nuts. Like that in and of
to
itself.
keep we were birthed as a strategy to keep the relationship together.
Yeah. Which
And
is
that's something
absurd.
that people don't talk about. A lot of us are oopsies. And I mean, it's just, I'm just being real. A lot of us are oopsies. A lot of us are afterthought,
Mm.
because the first thought was abortion.
Yes.
Um, a lot of us are carrying the weight of the blame of broken marriages and broken relationships. There's just so many things. And it's funny that some of it is direct and some of it is indirect,
Yeah.
right? So because some of it you may not know that you're carrying that until like much later on in life, because maybe your subconscious brings it forward, and or brings a conversation that you overheard,
Mm.
between your parents on, and you just somehow suppress it because the body has a way of protecting our sanity, that.
Yeah.
So yeah, and so the subconscious mind still has it. That's the archives. It's there,
Mhm.
but maybe something in your life, you're going through life and it triggers it, and that memory comes back, and you're like, oh my God. So now
Yeah.
you have to deal with the emotions of that, because you felt that emotion when you was like 5 or 6. You
Mm.
felt it, but you had to keep going, right? And so it had to go somewhere. And so now you're 35 and 40, and something triggers that memory, and you're experiencing that emotion all over again. You know what I mean? I think a lot of strained relationships between mothers and their daughters
Mm.
stems from a lot of inappropriate conversations that happened over the years, whether it's in front of the child or directly to the child. So the
Mm.
daughter mother relationship. I know we watched the video with the son and the mother, but
Mhm.
that mother daughter relationship is a very it's a very interesting one. I
There's
learned
a lot of
probably.
jealousy.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I learned that in the last couple of years, that there's like a whole lot of jealousy between mothers and their jealous of their daughters and so forth, to the point where some of them will sabotage
Mhm.
their children's like they know the child need the signature to get this done, and they will drag their feet, or pass the deadline,
Mhm.
like little things that they would do. I know so many stories like that. But
Yeah.
yeah, back to what you were saying, some things that we could do. I think we listed a lot of them that we've
Yeah.
normalized, because people beating children, like a lot of people don't even bat their eye at that. It's like, okay, that's her child, that's their child, they can do whatever they want.
Yeah. It literally makes me sick when I see like a toddler or like a child like being like hit. Like literally makes me sick, because it's just like, first of all, you're a coward because you're only hitting this person because they can't defend themselves against you.
Mhm.
That's number one. And people beat kids for things that they wouldn't beat adults for.
Yeah.
And it's like, if your
Very
kid
true.
accidentally spills something, like you're not beating an adult if they drop something by accident. Why are you hitting a child for like just nonsense? I don't want to turn this into the to
You
the
know what,
anti. But
a lot of us, we have control issues because our parents had
yeah.
control issues. A lot of what you're talking about has to do with this idea that somehow we have to mold children into like mini images of ourselves, right?
Mhm.
Or mold them into what we want them to be. And we don't understand that they were sent here with their own destiny, right? Already programmed within their DNA. But here we are. We trying to control, because that's what was done to us, right? And so when we talk about toxicity in the beginning, toxicity can come on or enter into your space or your energy field or whatever in more than one way. So two ways that I could think of is we are technically, when you look at human beings, we are really copycats. A lot of us are just modeling behaviors that we've seen, right? We learn these behaviors and this is what we do, right? And then the other part of inheriting some toxicity, that's one. But the other part is experiencing something terrible, something traumatic. And then it just distorts your whole perception of life. And that's kind of how you're navigating the world right now. So it can come two ways. It can come by you just watching normalization, right? Your mom or your father, or whoever did it this way. So this must be the right way to do it, not realizing that it's very toxic. And then it can also come from the experience that makes a good girl go bad. Okay, whatever that is. So it can happen two ways.
Yeah, and that's why I was saying in the beginning that it's so easy to be toxic, because like like for example, with your first example, if you're not living, like if you haven't thought about like how you were brought up and like actively think about like, oh, like the things you're doing that you were just doing by default, then you really don't have a choice but to be toxic. Like if you're just doing something because it happened to you, that is to me like the foundation of being a toxic person, because you haven't thought about, oh, is this the right way to do this? You haven't thought about like, oh, does this actually get you the desired results? Like for the people who say that they hit their kids because like you got to get them in control so that like, you know, the man don't take them out or something. Like, have you ever thought about like if this actually works? Because the results ain't showing that it works.
Something common that was said when I was younger was, I got to be harder on you, so I got to show that this is very overseer-ish, because I got to be harder on you. I got to chastise you. I got to show them that I'm being hard on you, so that they don't be, so that, you know, because if I don't do it, then they're gonna do it, right? Like, so it's that very, and it, to me, a lot of times we have equated our parenting with like we have like little slaves.
I call it slave parenting. Like a lot of people, that's how they parent. They're slave parenting. They're either they're treating the child like they're their property, which is like a slave master relationship, or they're literally like, oh, this is how I was treated and I turned out fine. Which is,
that's Dr. DeGroy in a nutshell. That is exactly what she was conveying. Is that it is an overseerish relationship oftentimes. And when you read slave narratives and so forth, you see it played out, you know, to where it's like, let me show you that I can make this child a good child for you. And so that they can be in service to you. And you know what my mind goes back to? My mind goes back to the uprising in Baltimore. And that black mother on the news beating her son for joining the uprising. And she was applauded by white media, right? And she was seen as, I'm protecting my child. And I was just, you know, I was looking and saying that, you know, but they don't see your child in the same light that you do. In fact, they don't even see him as a child.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? And so he's out there fighting for what he knows is right. And he knows that injustice has happened. And you come and you drag him out the street. And you don't just drag him out the street. You have to show the world, right, that you have him under control. And that's essentially what we're talking about. And it is, our just said it, she coined it, slave parenting. That's really, because I swear I've been looking as far as like physical discipline, okay, like our ancestors, how did they deal with, you know, I've looked but a lot of our parenting, that the parenting that we know today, oftentimes the toxic parenting is very much rooted in plantation life. It's very much.
Yeah. And like I remember, like I told you, I literally studied to be a parent. And part of the things that I learned, like maybe a decade ago now, pre-colonial Africans did not physically hit their children, because we used to see children as like our ancestors returning, and we literally like revered children. Right? Like that's something that came after the fact, but that wasn't the case in like Europe, for example. Like like they have a history of like abusing women and children. That's why we have child labor laws, so that like they don't, because they were sending their kids to the factory. They used to like put them on a train and send them down south so that a farmer could get them. Like they like literally now we're treating children like how like slave masters treated.
I'm
like,
so glad you said
enslaved
that
Africans.
our and the pre-colonial Africans, because that comes up too. And I'm just like, no, I'm talking about pre-colonial. When I do my research, that's what I'm looking at, right? Because I understand what colonialism and slavery has done to the psyche of our people. And then I'm glad that you also brought up that piece with they have a history of abuse. Listen, they brought that with them to America, to the Americas. This is why it was easy for them to beat your children, burn them, and do these things, because their children were suffering the same fate as well. Now, so when people say, oh, that's that white parenting, right? They see gentle parenting as white parenting. That's why my response to that is, historically, no, that's a lie. That's a lie. Their children was probably thanking the heavens there were some black children for them to take their anger out on, because historically Europeans have always, you talk about abortion, they were throwing their children over cliffs. If we really want to get into it, the history is there. Okay, so Dr. Amos Wilson says the psychology of white people it's not in their psychology book, it's in their history.
Right. Yep.
It's in their history. It's in their stories. It's not in their psychology books, right? And so the history of them doing these things, it's there. But somehow we have internalized that and we see gentle parenting as a white thing. And I'm like,
Absolutely
are you kidding me?
Absolutely not. So part of the reasons why I couldn't get into Game of Thrones when that show was like popular is because I literally just saw it as like history.
Oh yeah,
like, they over here, they throwing children out the window, they burning little girls, talking about she a witch. Like, I'm like, this, like they, like this ain't entertainment. Like, this is historical. Okay, like this is what they do. So I just couldn't enjoy it. It was just like, ugh, I can't.
Okay, so I want to get to this a couple of comments here. Peace, Joanna. Thank you for coming through. She said the topic is powerful. My dad raised me because my mom was out of order. I struggled to keep her in my life. And that's a common theme in our in our community. Is when I was getting ready for this topic, I was just like really sad and how many people are having this issue. Like it's crazy. Now she said actually people of color, specifically the Incas and Mayans, also threw their children over cliffs.
I'm talking about Africans, not
we talking, right? So. Yeah,
I don't know what that
we are specifically talking about Africans.
Yeah.
So,
well,
we are not people of color. We are Africans.
Some people do lump all of us in.
I don't do people of color either.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Some people just lump everyone into the people of color. Crayon box. So
because Asian, that's why we say Eurasians, because they was doing some stuff too to their kids, so yeah. So with that being said, and it is really to what Awa was saying, oh goodness, I can't remember exactly what you said, but it reminded me of what the elephant in the room, which is constantly in the room, and that's the because, well, I'm gonna put it this way. So it's the sexual abuse or just abuse period. So there was something I read on social media, and it was a while ago. And I'm not going to read all of it because that was her story, but one of the things that she said my mom told me I was being selfish when I told her that my stepfather had been sexually abusing me since I was 7. And so a lot of stories come from abuse or sexual abuse. And what I find, and I've had this conversation with Hanifa as well, is that when it comes to maybe abuse or sexual abuse or things that we go through, or even just the fact that, hey, I'm going to kick you out at 18 years old, it seems that we want to pass the struggle on to the next generation. So I went through it, so you got to go through it too. And I think a lot of that when it comes to toxic mothers, a lot of that they have been abused. And so when you do go to them about your abuse, they don't want to hear. I think it's a lot of things there, but part of what I think is there is also the fact that they were abused and they have not even addressed it. Like Hanifa said, a lot of toxic people who become toxic is because they have not addressed their issues and their traumas. And so let's kind of speak on what do you think that is when it comes to so many women who have said, like, my mother just didn't deal with it, or she said that I was the issue, I was the problem. And then the whole concept of black girls and black boys are said to, at a young age, people are like calling black girls fast, right? Like, and and things like that. So then when you do go to them about being sexually abused, they're like, well, what were you doing?
So I think that there's two issues that this stems from. One, when you're abused as a child, whether it's physical or sexual abuse, the being abused, especially during your formative years, like before the age of 7 or whatever, or even like up till like your teenage years, but it's specifically before the age of 7, what happens is that you lose your empathy. Like that's what happens to you as a result, basically. Because first of all, you're experiencing something traumatic, like no one is saving you from it, no one is helping you from it, and you literally lose your ability to empathize with people. And that's why adults can abuse children, especially if they were abused. It's a vicious cycle, but it's like you don't see this child as like a innocent person that needs protection because you weren't an innocent person that needed protection, that was protected. Let me put it that way. So that's, I think, one of the main issues why people who were victimized end up victimizing others. But then the other issue to me stems from a lot of times from, at least from just what I hear, because I don't know about this type of things personally. But from what I hear, it sounds like a lot of the abusers, like they were never like brought to justice. Like I hear lots of stories about people like as adults, like seeing the person who molested them at like family functions because they were like protected from the penal system. And it's like, to me, like that kind of like makes you like that traumatizes you twice. Cause it's like, not only was I abused, but also the person who did it wasn't punished, which to me, I think tells the child that there's nothing wrong with what they did to you.
Do you think that has to do with the lack of what we feel like are black men?
So that's another thing, right? So I know I have a lot of friends, like I know a lot of people who were like molested or abused as children, right? I don't know any that had a father in the house. So it's almost like children who belong to single mothers, like they're easy prey because they don't have a man there to protect them. Or at least that's the only way I can make sense of it. Cause it's like otherwise, like how else does it make sense? Like, because I don't think abusers are going to target someone who has a father in the home, because part of the father's job there is to be a protector. But, when we're in a society where the majority of us are born out of wedlock, like that just leaves room for far too many potential victims. And I think that's one of the issues with, one of the reasons why we need to like, I don't know, do something about it. Cause it's an issue that like, it's going to keep, I don't know. I don't even know how to articulate what I'm trying to say right now, but that is, somebody said, and they can be desensitized. So yeah, you lose your empathy and become desensitized. So, and then you can't see someone else as a victim, basically.
Right. And I think that when it comes to, because I mean that it's difficult because and before I kind of move, because I'm gonna move a little forward here. Hanifa, did you have anything to say to that? No. Okay. And so I have talked about that this I've discussed this spectrum many times, and how it can be a struggle when thinking about the spectrum of abuse, trauma, and toxicity. So one person can discuss their abuse, such as, like you said, like, I didn't deal with that. Like, some people might not have personally dealt with having to go to their mother and say, hey, like, I've been sexually abused by someone in this house, or someone that you brought into the house, or whomever. But then they have but then with the spectrum of toxicity or abuse, um they dealt with something else that someone may deem as, oh, well, it wasn't, that bad. So your mother, may have given you material things, but then they were verbally abusive. So what happens is that then mothers start to manipulate you and gaslight you, and then you also do it. Like, I've had this conversation with Hanifa, and Hanifa said this before, like, you start gaslighting yourself. And so you start saying, like, well, my mother wasn't that bad. She didn't beat me with, like, she didn't beat me with a rod, or, she didn't drag me down the stairs by my hair. But we don't understand how that level of toxicity, or just how we come into the room, how Dr. Joy Negroy talks about how we come into the room at different levels. And so, like, when it comes to trauma, like, we still come into the room at different levels, and your trauma might affect me differently, or the trauma that I went through might affect me differently. So dealing with like, going back to the original definition of that, the toxicity and it being poison. And so just because that other person's poison may have been stronger, doesn't mean that it may kill me in the long run. Because even like with verbal abuse, sexual abuse might not happen every day, but verbal abuse can happen several times a day, or whatever kind of abuse it is, whatever kind of toxic or trauma that it is. So how do people who deal with that kind of that spectrum, where you're even being gaslighted by your mother or by yourself, about that spectrum of toxicity, how do you feel about that? Do you find that we tend to do that with ourselves? Like, my mother wasn't that bad, she didn't do this.
I've done that with myself. Like for a long time, like I felt like I was a victim of my mother's toxicity from being like too controlling, and like literally like sheltering us, and like not allowing us to do things, to the point where it became like we were like I don't really know what word to use. But then it's like, when you hear about other people's trauma, it's like, well, it could have been worse. Like I couldn't leave my house until I got married, but at least I didn't get kicked out my house, like
Right.
So like I think we have to, but then also part of how I gaslit myself, or the reason why I did, is because I had to figure out a way to like forgive my mother for like making me get married at 25, right? Like I feel like I wasn't really ready to get married at the time. Granted, I was lucky enough that I ended up marrying someone that I actually want to be with, and who we like built a good life together. I still don't feel like I literally went from my parents' house straight into living with my husband. Like I never had a time to be like independent, and I used to think that that was the worst thing in the world until I put it in the proper context, I think. And so now, like, I'm not, like, I feel like I healed from it. Like, I'm not mad at my mom anymore. Like, I don't feel like it's the end of the world, but also it's like, really, how bad is that in the grand scheme of things when you consider like what my counterparts go through? So I don't know if it's gaslighting myself, but I've forgiven my mom for it. But like, I also do see it as, it wasn't that bad.
Right.
So
and so I guess that's the thing, because I guess it kind of it does, it depends on the situation, and kind of that's the spectrum of what you consider to be toxic. Because I think there are things that you can get through, and then there's things that you can't. Like, you're like, okay, that this person, and I guess it's even like the wound, like Hanifa said at the beginning, like, like that womb being open and then someone continuously injuring you over and over again. So if somebody, because I think that's more of an, you know, it could be an isolated situation, like your situation, that's kind of like a situation, and then you might have been hurt, but it's not like something that's constantly happening over and over again, as opposed to someone every time they see their mother is telling them like you're ugly, or you know,
Mhm.
like, you know, you're
Yeah.
stupid or something like that. Like it's different. And so I think, but even with that, some people might say, oh, well, I still did endure this. Like I still got all the things that I needed. And so I think that's the issue that we constantly have with our, you know, with ourselves. And because as women and we are mothers, we we don't want we I you know I know with myself, I don't want my daughters to ever have to, like, I don't want them to be like, don't want to deal with me, don't want to be
Yeah.
around me, see me
You
as
don't
toxic.
you don't want them to be in therapy because of you.
Right.
Because I was in therapy because of my mom. But like so yeah, we definitely, and I think that's one of the reasons why it's easy to like revere mothers, is because, and like not have any accountability, or like not be able to like critique anything that they do. And it's because, especially if you're a woman, like you don't want to then be in a situation where you're the person on the receiving end of that criticism, because
Mm-hmm.
you're thinking like, I'm doing the best I can, you know, like.
Right.
And a lot of times, sometimes, like, just to be fully frank, like I've seen some people's, like what they're doing, they're like, I'm doing the best I can, and I'm like, you just should stop. Like if that's the best you can do, like just stop. Because there's a lot of, like, there's people on all spectrums that's like, oh, I'm doing the best I can. It's just like, really. But part of the thing that, or also part of the reason why I'm able to like not see myself as a victim of my mother's toxicity, is because I realized that, like, and this goes for, I think, all parents, like
Mm-hmm.
our parents give us what they had the capacity to give us at the time that they gave it to us, be it good or bad, right? Like whatever they had, that's what they gave you, right? And it's like nobody chose their parents,
Mm-hmm.
but some of us are going to fare well, and some of us are not going to fare well.
Right.
The only thing that I think that a lot of us are missing is that it's up to us individually whether or not we heal from whatever that is that we went
Right.
through growing up. Like regardless of who did it to us, it's up to us to like actually heal from it. But like we said in the beginning, like a lot of people just don't, like, it is a privilege to have the time and the space to figure out how to heal from some shit. Like that doesn't just, that's a privilege, you know? So but it really is up to us, you know, like it's up to us to heal from it.
So do y'all think that religion has created
Oh yeah.
kind of um that vehicle for creating toxicity in
Yes.
our community?
Hell yes.
Yeah. So what do you think? Like how so?
Well, so my parents grew, like, we're devout Muslims.
Okay.
So a lot of the rules and things that we like grew up with was based on Islam. And part of why I can't go and live as an independent woman is because there's somewhere in the book that says that, you know, you got to find your daughter a husband before you send her out into the world. Like otherwise you got to keep her, you know? So yeah, definitely the religion is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
And I won't speak to the Christian side because I know, like, but I'll let you guys speak to that.
I think that most Abrahamic, the three Abrahamic religions are definitely play a part in not just the subordination of women, but even the I don't even want to say, oh gosh, I don't know. I guess we're talking about abuse, right? So I'm almost like careful to say abuse of children, but the treatment, or the treatment that we're talking about as far as children, I want to say specifically Abrahamic religions encourage it. And I think that's why a lot of because that's another factor as to why it's not just about being right. there's another piece, that religious piece, to where parents really don't see anything wrong with it because they are backed by God in their eyes.
Right.
Right. I mean, and if I'm backed by God, who gonna check me? Who gonna check me? I'm backed by God. The scriptures got me, right? So that in itself is problematic. So yes, religion plays a major role in it. But when you really think about religion and how people participate in religion, again, you're talking about all powerful God Almighty, and if it's okay and this is His infallible word and it says it in here, then it doesn't even matter if society evolves, right? God is never wrong, right? And the scriptures are inspired by God. You know, they come directly from Him. And so if I'm doing it, then I'm right in what I'm doing because God is right. And I have the backing of scripture. So that's all Abrahamic faith, to be honest with you. So my answer to that is yes. And that's like I was saying, that's another piece of it that I'm glad we got here, because that is a other part of what contributes to toxicity and the normalization of toxicity. In fact, it's so normalized that toxicity is seen as doing the duty of God. You know what I'm saying? It's sacred, it's holy. Making sure that your children, you don't let your children be too spoiled. Whatever that is. I mean, I'm talking about from a little baby. No, let them cry.
Don't hold the child too much; they're gonna get spoiled.
Yeah, let them cry a while, like these kind of things. And I mean, if someone holds that as sacred and as holy, how do you correct that? How do you correct that? I think it requires. I think oftentimes a lot of people, and there are people who don't believe in hitting their children who are Christian. But I'm finding that a lot of people who are outside of those Abrahamic religions are more likely to embrace the idea that you do not need to be beaten on children than people who are in those, I mean, talking about like really invested in those faiths. So there's a big factor there, a big religious factor there as well that, we don't really talk about.
Yeah, I mean, in the South, white and black, they beat their kids. Like it was,
Oh yeah,
and that was. I remember even being in church, and the preacher was kind of like saying like that's what you're supposed to do. So
It's tragic.
it's something that is definitely in the quote unquote Bible Belt. That's what you do. It's not. It's never looked down upon.
that's why there's corporal punishment in schools.
Right.
That's
Yep.
that's exactly why.
Yeah, I went to a Christian school when I was in elementary, and one of the little white boys, he got in trouble a lot, and he would go down and get beat with the paddle. So his face would be red, and he was
That's
just
crazy.
I grew up with it. We got it up until 6th grade. Once you hit 6th grade, after 6th grade, you were no longer hit, because 6th grade is the end of elementary school for us. 7th grade begins middle school in the islands. But yes, when I grew up in the 80s, going into the 90s and so forth, there was corporal punishment. Your teachers, I had a teacher that had a ruler, and it was a ruler about this thick, but it was like maybe 7 rulers taped together. And he was a man, as if he needed that extraness. But he had that big old ruler. I know another teacher, she had a big old like paddle. It looked like a spoon that she would walk around with. So you knew certain teachers for like I'm gonna go and say their weapon of choice, because that's how we grew up. The teachers were allowed to hit you.
Yeah, and it's funny how like professions where you're dealing with people who are like, you're either dealing with children or like the elderly, like people who can't really defend themselves, they tend to attract a lot of like completely like lacking empathetics, like psychopathic type of people. Like, because you have to be like, you have to hate children basically to like be that excessive.
That's a good point. Because even when we talk about how we're what we because I think what we haven't really discussed here is the psychological and mental things that happen when we hit our children, beat our children, and then say, "Oh, I did that because I love you."
It's
You
crazy.
know.
And it's funny because so like anytime I see like someone who like stays in like a physically abusive relationship,
Mm-hmm.
I'm always like, I bet you there would be as like a child,
Right.
because that's how you teach someone that it is possible for someone to love you and physically harm you at the same time,
Right.
is by hitting your kids. So
And I think that's why a lot of women will say to other women when they are in abusive situations, "Well, what did you do?"
that's crazy.
Because you hear a lot of women say, like, "Well, what did you do? Like, how did you make him so upset that he hit you?" And so a
Yeah.
lot of and we end up not really understanding the link between domestic abuse and the abuse. And it's like, even me saying that, because I grew up in the South, I'm like, I can't call spanking abuse, but it is.
It's
It's
abuse.
abuse.
It
And
is
so,
abuse.
like, call in the abuse from a child and how that is linked to the partner that they may end up going to, because the link, I shared something on my Facebook page earlier, and it was a little girl, and she was kind of talking about this too, but the link of, if you have a parent that is not emotionally available or cannot handle your emotions, or you can't talk to that parent, but then you have someone who is acting like they care, they act like they love you or whatever, so you go to this person who is, most likely, they might be abusive, they might be whatever they are, they're abusive in some kind of way, whether it's emotional abuse, verbal abuse, whatever, because they have shown you something that makes you think that they care about you. And so then when they do abuse you, you still link that to love. And so that parent has kind of made you go to that person who is showing certain signs that they love you, but they're still abusive. And so you seeing that, how the effects of your childhood can also determine your future relationships.
Yeah, well, think about the mixed message in that, where you're confusing love with violence,
Mm-hmm.
or love with pain. There's a
Right.
lot of confusion there for a child, because you also have to think of how a child, when they're, like I was talking about those formative years, how they perceive the world. They don't really understand gray well.
Right.
And if
Right.
you're beating a child from the time they're 1 years old, what are you communicating to them about love? Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because we have to understand that in motherhood, we are forming and raising little people that are going to become adults.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they're going to model what they see. They're going to mimic, they're going to repeat what they see. And not only that, children go way more by what we do than what we say. I say this all the time. Like, you want your child to not put their foot up on your table, then you're gonna have to keep your feet off of your table too. You can't just say, well, no, you can't put your feet. And every time they turn around, they see that. They see you with your feet up on the table. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like you have to constantly, as a parent, it's work. You have to constantly be aware of yourself and what you are communicating, and also being deliberate about what you want to communicate to your child. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, it's what is the message that you're giving that child? Because there's this thing of, you're feeding me, you're clothing me, you're sheltering me, like I was to the basic, the things that you're supposed to do. Children don't know that, though. We know that as adults. Like, sir, ma'am, you get no trophy. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
you get no trophy, because that's what you're supposed to do. But children do not know that, right? So it's a thing of, I have a need. This starts from when they're tiny. I have a need. Wow, this person meets my need. That's the bonding process,
Yeah.
right? It's a whole cycle. Bonding is a whole cycle. Wow, meet my need. Okay, I calm down. I have another need. Wow, she meets my need. That's the bond. So now it's like, okay, so this is my God. Because I say, mothers, your parents are your first gods
Right.
at the end of the day. Like, they are. because they're the ones that, before you even have a concept of this thing that we call a creator, and people say creator is your provider and so forth. Think about what a child sees as their provider, who is meeting their needs. It is the adults around them. And so, the child, yes, okay, you're feeding me, you're clothing me, and then now you're also hurting me. When I do something wrong, you're hurting me. So there's like a lot of mixed messaging, there. And then we wonder why, as adults, we aren't clear on what love is supposed to look like. Right? Our interpretation of love, it tends to be a very aggressive and violent definition and interpretation. And then the television and the programming further perpetuates that when we look at some of these shows and so forth, right? So there's a lot of different mixed messages. It starts in the home, though. So you love me, but then you're hurting me. So what does that mean? What does that say? Not about you, but what does that say about love? That love is what? Love is
supposed to be painful.
Yeah.
And it's not.
Right. And then we, as adults, there's a lot of people who, if they're not having that struggle, they're not having that fight, that pain.
It's boring. Yeah. Yeah. But even like the bonding process that you spoke of, Hanifa, about like with the baby, like I have a need, even that we're not really doing right, because we have the misconception that you're supposed to let babies cry, like it's good for them, because otherwise you're going to spoil them. And it's like, it couldn't be further from the truth, because a baby is not like a digestive system. They're not just meant to be fed and burped and like have a clean diaper and they're good. Like if they're crying, like they may actually just need to be helped. You're not going to spoil your child by holding them, because that is one of their needs. Like there's a study that was done, I don't remember when, that like some babies in an orphanage, the ones that were never picked up outside of being fed and changed, like they ended up dying. Like a part of like them being held and being consoled is actually a need that human babies have. And we've convinced ourselves that they don't need, like, oh, that's manipulation. Like they just in a package, you gonna get them.
To think that a child has just left your womb, and then you don't need to hold them you don't need to hold them for, you're spoiling them by holding them. It's a very crazy and sick concept.
Very much
but
so.
But here's the thing. So when we say spoil, right? What does spoil even mean? Like what does what does that even mean, right? It means to destroy. Okay, so here you are, you're saying you are spoiling a child by meeting their needs and by caring for them. No, you're spoiling your child by whooping their ass every chance you get. That's really how you're spoiling your child. Because when you look up the definition of spoil, okay, it means to destroy, it means to diminish. And that's what you're doing when you are inflicting violence on the body of a child. So when we talk about spoil, it's very funny that so much of what we do is backwards. So much of what we do is backwards and upside down. The fact that we would say, picking a child up and meeting their need and participating in that bonding cycle, right, is this, because when you say spoil, you're talking about destroying something. And that's not what's happening. And yet we celebrate corporal punishment. We celebrate whooping children. No one says if you beat that child for not listening to you or for knocking over the juice, okay, because children getting whooped for all kind of stupid stuff. No one says to a parent, don't do that. You're spoiling your child. But your child cries and they need to be embraced and they need to come against the warmth of your body, and that's spoiling them. We are backwards. We are backwards.
But we are backwards, and that's why we have the results that we have. That's why we don't really have a community of like fully functioning like adults. And so like even the clip that you played in the beginning, like when I saw like that woman, like I don't see her as an adult. Like to me, she's a child. Because you can tell that she's still suffering from things that she dealt, like that she has unresolved as a child, even from the way that she has these unrealistic expectations of her son. It's like, you're not even an adult, like, but just, we think that because you're a certain age, you're an adult, or if you have kids, that makes you like, but that's why we're like dysfunctional. And I call these people like GMOs. I'm like, we're all genetically modified, because we all have crazy things happening to us that literally modifies our DNA. Like letting your child cry as a baby and not picking them up, actually like messes up the wiring in their brains and makes them like not be able to trust people. If you ever see a kid who their parent drops them off and they are screaming at the top of their lungs for God knows until they tire themselves out, that child can't trust because they don't know that their mom gonna come back, because the trust was never developed because their basic needs of being held when they were crying as a baby weren't met.
Right.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Awa, that you said, even with the adults, because I always use this example when I used to train parents. There was a puzzle, and this was more so for traumatized children. There was a puzzle activity that we used to do, and every part of the puzzle represented some compartment of that child. So we would start off with like the child's age. So we would say the child is 12, right? So we'll say chronologically, what age is the child? 12. So you put 12 in that box, right? Then you go over here and you say socially, what age is the child? And oftentimes, because of their experiences, you might have a 12-year-old who socially is 22 years old. Okay, why? Because they were exposed to very adult things at a very young age, right? And these are our parentified children, right? Over parentified oftentimes. These are children who had to become the parents in their household because maybe the actual parent was unable to actually parent. Then we go down to emotional age. So you might have a 12-year-old and we ask the parent, when they get upset, what does that look like? You're talking about tantrums. We're talking about 12-year-olds emotionally functioning at 4 as 4-year-olds. So now you see the puzzle. Chronologically, they're 12. Socially, they're 22. Emotionally, they're 3 or 4 years old, right? So I used to sit there and think about this puzzle and say, we really need to do this with adults. Because this applies to adults as well. A lot of us are dealing with people who are in our age group. And we see this in this space. We see the dysfunction play out in YouTube all the time, right? So you have a 40-something-year-old person who has very poor impulse control. You have a 40-year-old person who goes from 1 to 1,000 in a matter of seconds by somebody just saying one thing. Because
triggered.
Times, there's a lack of emotional, not just intelligence, but maturity. Because a lot of us are stunted. Because age is with time. Chronologically, we're gonna keep moving, right? We're gonna keep moving, we're gonna age, we're gonna get older. But it doesn't necessarily mean that emotionally, right, that you're moving along with your chronological age. So what you're talking about, like you said, that distrust that you're seeing in that 40-year-old man, that's not the 40-year-old man you're seeing showing up. That is the 6-year-old boy, right, who shows up in that situation. And now you're frustrated because you're thinking you're dealing with a 40-year-old man. And so now it's like, oh my gosh, what's wrong with you? Your emotion, like you're absent. No, mama, you're dealing with an actual 6-year-old right now. Emotionally, at least.
I think they call it arrested development or something like
development. That. And for me, I say, I know this is an actual diagnosis, but I think there's a whole lot of failure to thrive going on in our community as well.
Definitely.
Failure to
I mean, and that, that goes back to how you are as a parent. If you have not grown up emotionally, you can't parent a child.
Exactly.
You can't, because that's how toddlers, you've seen a toddler not get their way, that's how they're reacting. So then how are you going to actually parent that toddler or that child or even older, because you haven't even matured yourself.
Remember in the video you played in the beginning where the Iyanla said something and the mother said something to the effect either like that's not fair or like she did something because he does this. Like you sound like a child,
right?
Literally playing tit for tat with your son.
You saw her body language. Her body language was almost very childlike as well.
Very. Yep.
I agree. So, I literally just said to somebody today that there is a certain responsibility and a certain standard that comes with us being parents. We cannot hold our children to the same standard as us. We just can't. When you take on that role as a parent, and I'm talking about even if you have young adult children. Let's say your child is 20, okay? And like you said, maybe you missed out on you know, really preparing them to go out there and be independent. Okay. At the end of the day, you're in your 50s. You still have way more experience than that individual and so forth. They're still looking to you for help or whatever. So you cannot hold them to the same standard. So that same lady in the video, when she said, it was like, well, he do it too. And it's like, ma'am, this is your child. What are we really talking about? And but that also lets you know, like, emotionally, and this happens to all of us. You can do a self-check on yourself, right? Where you're reacting to certain situations and you're like, hold up now, why am I showing up like this? Because this is really immature. You know what I'm saying? What is that connected to, right? But again, that comes with introspection, that comes with, you know, being engaged in your self-work and so forth. But yeah, what I was said, like, parents, we have to understand we're held to a different standard at the end of the day. It's just like in the public, like, you'll hear adults say, oh no, a child will get knocked out, right? And so you have a 16, 17-year-old that's bucking against an adult. That's why you put your hand on that minor. It doesn't matter that they hit you first. You are literally out there fighting a minor. You are going to get in trouble because you are held to a higher standard. I am not saying it's fair. I am not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's bad. I am saying this is the reality. So you have to accept that this is the reality, and therefore I must carry myself in that manner as well. But it's hard for adults who are emotionally stunted to do that, because if you are emotionally 16 years old and you are a 46-year-old man, you will fight a 16-year-old boy, because the 16-year-old boy is who is going to show up to that fight, not the 46-year-old man. So emotionally, you're 16. You are about to have a whole brawl with a 16-year-old because emotionally, you're still playing catch up to your chronological age.
Right. And I want to address a couple of comments here. So Arshawn said, I think both extremes are damaging. Punishment and reward. There has to be a balance. So yeah, I would agree with that. I think what we were saying though, like picking up your child and consoling your child is not a reward. That's just
a basic need.
That's just basic need being met. But when you do things, I've talked about this before, like your child is crying and then like you give them like food, you know, that can cause a toxic relationship with food, because you're not meeting their need, because they might be crying because they want your attention. But instead of giving them your attention, you're giving them candy, you know, so then that can create a toxic relationship with something else outside of themselves. Let's see. Okay, so Dante, peace, Dante. Thank you for coming through. He said, are you saying that children can't be histrionic within themselves? So if I understand your question, you're saying like they shouldn't be crying, or
I think that was sent when Hanifa was talking about like the children not aging chronologically, like emotionally and stuff. So but I'm not sure what histrionic within themselves means, so I can't answer the question.
Okay.
Oh, you're on mute, Hanifa. Can't hear you.
Histrionic, at least from my understanding, is like theatrical. You know, how can I say? Yeah, that's what comes to mind. Theatrical, like a child being like extra, you know, just being dramatic, you know, like over exaggerating. At least that's how I understand histrionic. Oh, there it goes. Yeah, he said theatrical. Correct. Right. Okay.
So, do you want to answer that question?
Yeah. So I guess I don't understand the question. Like, in what context?
You, because I think
is it from when I said that
we were talking about babies?
Yeah.
Like so, we were really just talking about babies, and I would say that, you know, it kind of it depends, because, you know, like babies, toddlers, kids, those are different stages. So there has to be an appropriate reaction too within each stage.
Right.
You know,
right.
I don't expect my 10-year-old to act like my 3-year-old. You know,
right. So the thing that I always say when people, so like my daughter, like when she was a baby, like she was always held. Like I literally like I was privileged enough that my mom was able to come live with me for like 3 months when she was born. So for the first 3 months when I was on maternity leave, like I literally, like she was in my arm all day, and then she like would lay down at night with my mom, and my mom would keep her up all night because she would be talking to her while I slept. And now I wake up the next day and she's back on my arm, on my chest while I'm pumping or whatever, right?
Sounds like my
So
sister.
she did not cry a lot at all. Like but so like people would be like, oh, like you can't always hold your child, you're gonna spoil them. And I'm like, food spoils, not babies.
Mm-hmm.
That would always be my response. I'm like that doesn't even make sense. So, and she turned out fine. So
I would say, I actually would say yes to what he's saying, that children can be histrionic. And the reason why is but the focus when that does happen is not necessarily to focus on the child, but to show them the appropriate way to get their needs met, right? So they might be doing something like really extra, like, okay, so I have a 10-year-old and I have a 3-year-old, I have a toddler. So it's like my 10-year-old starting to act like my toddler. He doesn't, but I'm just giving an example. He starts to act like my toddler so that he can maybe get
the attention.
The attention that the toddler gets. So that might be an example of being histrionic. So my goal now is not to attack the person of my 10-year-old, but is to see it for what it is, right? Because we get so focused on the behavior and we completely miss the need. Right.
Yeah.
And it could just be a matter of he's feeling that the 3-year-old is getting more hugs and kisses, and which is true. The younger ones, they will suck up all the attention. So it's seeing the need and not necessarily the behavior needs to be addressed. I want to be clear on that. But you can't just address the behavior and not confront the need, because there's always, every behavior is rooted in a need. Every single behavior, whether you're an adult or a child or a baby, everything is rooted in a need, right? So if you peel back the anger, you peel back the bad behavior, you're gonna see the little needs sitting there like, hi, you know what I'm saying? So it's in that situation there, it's okay, seeing it for what it is and having a conversation with my 10-year-old. You just need to ask. My 3-year-old, I'm walking through that right now. So when he wakes up, he's the grumpiest thing on the planet. And I promise y'all, he got that from his daddy. That is not me. But so he got up today from his nap and he wanted to use the tablet. So he needs the password from me. So now this is a new thing that we do. And I give him the numbers, he puts them in himself, because that's all a part of learning, right? And so, but he wouldn't say anything. He's like, with the little tears coming down his eyes, right? And I'm like, okay, what? So I had to keep saying, use your words. Because when he gets angry, he thinks that just making songs, and he knows that we know what he's asking for, by the way. But I pretend not to know, and I make him use the words. So for me, it's me teaching him. I could get frustrated with his attitude and focus on the attitude versus, okay, he just woke up, he's grumpy. So for me, I usually just say to him, you have to use your words to get what you need, because you do have words to use, so use them. So when you talk about histrionic children, yes, children can get like that. Any parent that have children, my aunt, you got multiple children too, I know you've seen it, where it's sort of like, okay, I'm going to do this to get this need met. So we got to focus on teaching the child more appropriate ways to get their needs met, because these are children we're sending out into the world. And if
that's definitely what because when my 10 and my daughter, my oldest daughter, she just turned 12, and so it's different. Like, they're not acting like toddlers, but they'll have an attitude. They might mope around, and so I have been pushing communication a lot, like, because I'm not gonna kill you, so I'm going, you can have the conversation. You can come and say, hey, this is what I need. And a lot of times with my 10-year-old, it's attention too. Like, it's attention. I just want to spend time with you. Right. So it's just like, it is, it's the same thing, but it's different. It just comes off different. So it's the same kind of thing in a sense, but again, I expect my older kids to act differently than a toddler would, and that goes with the emotional intelligence and how they demonstrate their emotional intelligence, because we also have to make sure, because we have to understand a lot of things. And I did a post on this like years ago. A lot of the times when our kids are acting a certain way, they're getting that from us. they have
They're sponges.
right, they have observed me waking up with an attitude. My daughter gave me a whole soliloquy on why I shouldn't take naps. It will
Say what?
and she said it will ruin the future if I take a nap today. So I was just
What?
Where's Dante? Dante, that is messianic right there. The whole future, my aunt.
the future of our family. She said,
Oh my goodness. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my God. That is too funny. But I don't think infants can be histrionic. I think they literally, because that, in order to say that they are, would have to mean that we think that they're being manipulative, basically. And I don't think they have that in them. They literally just went from being inside of you for 40 weeks and now they're outside in the world. But the way that we treat babies is not like natural for humans. Like we put them in their own room that we call a nursery. We put them in this little bed that looks like literally a cage by themselves, and we wonder why they can't adjust to life outside of the womb. It's like that's not what they're meant to be. So like if you go like in different countries in Africa, for example, you'll see like babies tied on their mother's backs, for example. Like those babies are going to be able to basically fear about it because they're on literally attached to their parent for most of the day. And like, that's what they need for the most part. Right. So like literally 90% of the like rules or what guidelines that they gave me, like when my daughter was born, I did not do. So like she had a nursery, it was lit, it was beautifully decorated. She did not spend a night in there because she slept in my bed in between my husband and I, even though they tell you don't co-sleep because you're going to roll over and crush your child. Nonsense. They're like, oh, don't lay them on their stomach. She slept on her stomach because guess what? She slept the whole night starting from 3 months because she was on her stomach. Okay. Like just because the way that we're like taught to raise babies is literally to make it almost, what's the word? Oh my God, I'm at a loss. Is to make it convenient. It's for convenience sake.
Yeah.
It's convenient for capitalism. Like you need to sleep train your baby because they got to be able to sleep through the night so you can wake up and go to work because you need to sleep so you can go to work.
I'm so glad you said, because I was
about like that's crazy. Like everything we do.
Capitalism. That's what that is. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then we wonder why we're raising crazy people like who can't adjust. Like literally we're doing this. We're creating these people who can't like deal with emotions and reality and just be functioning.
That's why they said sippy cups were created. They said sippy cups were created for convenience. Like there's no reason for sippy cups. Like so I never gave my son, I never gave him a sippy cup. And like he literally went from my breast to a cup, to a regular cup.
And that's healthy because he don't need that plastic all up in his system.
Right.
But so like my daughter, she never had a pacifier, right? Mm-hmm. So when she was 2, like we would be in daycare because she was basically like fully speaking, she was speaking like a 4-year-old at 2. Mm-hmm. And people would always be like, what did you guys do? Like, how'd you get her to speak so well? Like, this is crazy. And I'm just like, she never had a pacifier. Right. So instead of sucking on a piece of plastic all day, she was always practicing speaking. So I have like videos of her from when she was like 6 months old, like ranting, like just, and I'm like, yo, like literally like tell like, so, but these are all things that you give a baby a pacifier so they can self-soothe. But guess who doesn't need to self-soothe? The baby who's on her mama all day. And then by the time she was 3 months old and went to daycare, she was like the perfect baby there because she was just good. Like she was just, enjoying the other kids that were there. And they're like, I would come pick her up. They were like, oh my gosh, she's awesome. I remember she was like 9 months. I came to pick her up one day and she was like burping a baby, like a 3-month-old. And I'm like, what is happening? Y'all got my child working? Like this, am I gonna start getting paid now? Because they literally got my baby working in the daycare. Like what's happening? But literally, like everything that we do is for convenience sake, and it does not actually work for the health and betterment of raising a child. And it's
Right.
really sad.
Peace, Abraham. Abraham, thank you for coming through. Always good to see you, brother. What did he said capitalism is the culture of, as I see it. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you saw his comment before that. It said he says, "I see capitalism as the root of all our issues that
Oh,
are not natural, like aging, conflict, biological needs, and so forth."
right.
Everything.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that is a we're gonna have a conversation.
Yeah, because when our talks about convenience, then you have to take it a little further, and it's like, why do you need that convenience?
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's so that you can produce.
Yeah.
That's it. So you can be a part of the labor force. Like that's really what it is at the end of the day.
Yep.
So when she said that, I'm like, yeah. As she was speaking, I was like, yeah, that's the
we
capitalistic
literally
society
can't
we live
raise
in.
our babies right because we don't have the time. Like even when it comes to so I'm able to not beat or spank my child, right? But at first I only have one because I could only afford with New York City daycare prices. But instead of like when she does something wrong, like we actually just talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
Like how many parents have the time to actually like I'll talk to her for like an hour about something wrong that she did. Like who has that time?
Right.
I had to make the time because I like signed some I forget what it's called before she was born. I was like, I will never spank my child. I signed a contract from Dr. Stacy Patton, who wrote the book. What's the name of her
Spare
book?
the Children.
Spare the Children. Yes. Mm-hmm. So she had like this little like contract that people could sign to like pledge to like not beat their kids. So I'm like, oh, I'm definitely not beating. But also I wasn't beat as a child. So I've never like lost my empathy, I think, for children. Like I think like they're, like, and that's why I hate when people beat their child. Like it really gets to me, bothers me a lot. But
so Dante asked, how then do you incorporate consequences? So y'all can touch on that. I can touch on it too, but you can touch on that.
I have, so like recently, my daughter who's about to be 7, I told her to go take a shower. She went in the bathroom, turned on the shower, and then did not take a shower and came out. And I'm like, how come your hair's not damp? Like, wait, did you just take a shower? She was like, yeah. So I go in the bathroom, like her towel's dry. And I'm just like, yeah, like and this was the second time that she lied about like taking a shower. She didn't take a shower. I don't know why kids hate showers, but it's a thing. They hate showers, right? Apparently. So, but the first time I told her if she does it again, I was going to take her iPad and sell it. And so I took her iPad and she like lost it and then cried for the rest of the evening. But then now she understands, and I'm just going to keep it in my closet probably for like 2 weeks, and then I'm going to give it back to her. Because what I realized, because it's not really her fault, I had to think about it. And I realized that because my daughter like looks and acts like she's older, we treat her like she's older, right? But it's like I can't leave it up to her to go and do what she has to do. Like if I want her to go take a shower, like I need to take her to the bathroom, like turn on the shower, get in the shower. And we never did that before because we just like she just used to like we tell her to do something, she just goes and does it. Mm-hmm. Like like she just was always like more advanced. So I didn't really like calculate for when she starts to basically think she can get away with stuff and lying. So, but that's my fault because I was treating her like an adult. She's 7. Well, she'll be 7 in a week or two, like July 6th. But so
I would say for me, so here's what I expressed to someone. So before choosing to not beat my 3-year-old, I have the proof that children don't need to be hit, because I have a 10-year-old who wasn't, right? And he is respectful, he is compassionate, he's a good child, okay? Now he's to the stage where he might hide something, we call it lying. Okay. He's at that stage now. So because he either don't want to hear no, or he don't want to bear the consequences of doing something that he know he probably didn't have to do, shouldn't have done. So consequences look like, what does he like to do? He likes to play Minecraft. right? So you don't have access to that today. You don't have access to a movie night with me, because these things are privileges, right? They're not. I don't have to sit and watch a movie with you, sir. So if I know we have a movie night, I'm like, no, not today. So the funny thing is that my son, he's been with me for 10 years. So he understands how this works at this point. So he doesn't make a big deal. He's not a rambunctious child or anything. Now, my 3-year-old, he is a whole different personality. Like, the amount of no's that he tells me throughout the day, I never experienced that with my 10-year-old when he was younger. So now, for me, I know that I'm dealing with a different personality, because really and truly, you have to get to know your child. You have to study them. And then even you have to, your study of them has to grow with them. So like I was saying, okay, before you didn't have to worry, but now you recognize, okay, we got to follow through on this. The other thing that I want to say too, that I've been doing better at is this. As parents, we have to really be careful where we are the cause of something and the children are blamed for it. So in other words, you know that you should have gotten up earlier. So you pushed it and you got up late. Okay. So now you got your child up and they are dragging their feet. So now it's not about the child. Now it's about you trying to get to where you got to get to at a certain time. But the reality is this: you were the one to wake the child up. You are the one who woke up late. So now it throws everything off. So what I'm learning is, like, I do a check-in with myself at the end of the day. I grade myself as a parent, right? I've had many F's, many. But I know that when I had an F that day, I say, you know what? We're going to bring this F up tomorrow. Okay? We're shooting for an A tomorrow. I grade myself as a parent because I have owned the fact that I don't always get it right. This thing does not come with a pamphlet. It does not come with a book. It's impossible, because no two children are wired the same.
Right.
Like, seriously. So what worked with my 10-year-old may not work with my 3-year-old. Now, one of the things that I do realize works with my 3-year-old is separation. We call it timeout. So I put him in timeout. He does not like that because he's really tied to my hip. So I put him in there. He'll cry. I leave him in there for the amount of minutes that is his age. So he is 3.
3 minutes.
I leave him there for 3 minutes, right? So then when he comes out, it's like he's a new person. Are you ready to listen now? Yeah. No, it doesn't mean that he's not going to act up again. But for a little while, he stays on a straight path, because it's like, I don't want to be separated from you guys, right? So that works right now. He's going to be 4. He's going to be 5. That may not work when he hits 5 years old. So then now I have to figure out something else. It is trial and error. Don't let anyone fool you. Okay, as a parent, you are a researcher, you are a scientist, you are studying your child, okay, like it's nobody's business. Like, you have to, because Awa might say, Hanifa, do this. Awa has a girl, I have boys. So what she applies to her girl may not necessarily work for my boys. So parenting in itself is not the basic, like we said, shelter, clothing, food. Parenting is a daily work. You have to work at this. It is a whole job. It's a whole job. Okay. And so you have to study your children and just be like, okay, this isn't working, so let me try this. Okay, that's not working. Oh, this worked. Look at the response to this. So then you tap into that and you walk it for as long as you could walk it, because these children change like this.
Yep.
So it's keeping up with that. So that's what I wanted. That's what I would say to what he said. How do you incorporate consequences? It depends on the child. What works for one child may not work for another child. You can't tell us. I had a friend that would use reading as a punishment. That was a terrible idea. That was a terrible idea. But
what if your kid likes reading?
Correct. Correct.
Well, they're gonna have a disdain for reading.
Yeah, you'll develop a disdain for reading if you make it a punishment.
You think you're doing something like, oh, well, you know what? You don't get to play Uno with you. And that child is like, good. I find it boring anyway.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So it's really trying to figure out what the consequence is that's going to make them really reconsider their behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
That makes perfect sense. And the
Yeah.
other thing too, that to just piggyback off what you just said, kids these days are different. So like I remember when my daughter was like 3, like anything I asked her, she'd be like, no. And I was just like, so we started calling her the no machine. Like, and then she was like, why you calling me the no machine? Because you say no to everything. So now like we'll ask her a question, be like, oh, the answer is no. She'll be like, no, I want that. Like, but like these kids are literally built different, where they're just like bold. And I mean, but that's also what happens when you don't, because another thing that corporal punishment does is you're literally beating your child into submission.
Yeah.
Because and then you're going to have like these docile children, like the adults that we're surrounded by, which is why we can't ever have like a revolution or anything, because everybody's a rule follower. And we'll look at someone like me who was a nonconformist, like I'm the crazy one.
Thank you for making for making that link again. You are on it. You are on it, Chris, because there is a direct link between the cowardice of our people and the parenting that they receive from their parents. A lot of us have been whooped into submission because it goes back to the slave parenting. I am going to whoop you so that you don't go out there and act the quote unquote fool. So to even try to go out there, it's like, is this fair, right? I think of my 10-year-old who has the space to express himself. There are some things that he will ask adults that other children who probably get popped and whatever else won't even dare think about.
Right.
So what I had to do with him, because adults are very quick to call children rude. Okay, they're very quick to label them rude and disrespectful because they see just you questioning. Some elders see it as disrespectful. So I had to talk to my 10-year-old and say, if you're talking to an elder and you know they're telling you the sky is purple, you know damn well the sky is not purple. You do not sit there and go back and forth with that elder. No, it's blue. And they're like, it's purple. No, it's blue. I'm like, you're gonna have to let them have it, Papa, and then you could come discuss it with me. You get what I'm saying? Because I don't want my child to be out there back, you know what I'm saying? Not with an elder. And that's because I was raised a certain way, right? When it comes to like elders and stuff, I think all of us were. And so I had to talk to him about that because he doesn't come from a space where he was told you can't ask questions to adults. I've allowed the space for curiosity from my child, right? I am not too grown to be challenged by a child. I'm not. And in fact, I think more adults should, because when you sit and talk to children, they really force you to come out of certain paradigms that you've been programmed into, right? Because they're not there yet. They haven't gone through the 12 steps of programming yet. That's the kindergarten to 12th grade. They haven't completed that yet. So their full completion of their programming hasn't happened yet. So they are asking questions that you are not asking as an adult. And so I like talking to children. So it's like, oh, wow. I didn't think about that. You know what I mean?
Yep. It's so like with my daughter, for example, maybe like last year, I remember she asked me, because I teach her about like real history, not like the nonsense that they teach them in school. Like I remember when she came home and said something about George Washington doesn't lie and is some nonsense. I was like, listen, he was a slave owner.
Right.
And I taught her about genocide. This was her in kindergarten. I'm like, I'm not raising no docile or delusional or confused child. Like, this is what it is. So I literally had to teach her about the genocide of the Native Americans, because I didn't want her going like just learning this nonsense that they teach in school, because they're socializing them to be Americans, which we are not. So she literally one day asked me, Mommy, like if America is so bad and like has army bases all around the world and stuff, why do we live here? And I'm just like, and I had to answer. I was like, well, when you're living in the belly of the beast, it's the safest place to be. Like, what do you want to do? You want to go back to West Africa and potentially be like a victim of imperialism there? Like, I'm not really trying to do that. So, but yeah, like she literally like they take information that we give them and they will ask some uncomfortable questions. But I am okay with that because I want to raise someone who thinks.
Maat, you want maybe you want? I mean, Abraham wasn't here when we discussed this.
Yeah, I was about to go to that. I wanted to say,
sorry,
peace to Natasha. Thank you for coming. So Abe asked, well, he said, this goes beyond slavery. My parents are West African and corporal punishment is deeply ingrained in the culture. So we did touch on that about because we touched on pre-colonial African. So Awa, if you want to touch on that.
Yeah. So I'm not sure which West African country he's from, but I'm from Mauritania and Senegal, and it's ingrained there too, but it's not like it didn't just come out of anywhere. Like it was brought there by the colonizers, whether it's the Arab colonizers or the European colonizers. So this isn't something that we just like came up with on our own. This is something that had to be like instilled in us and not in a very kind way. So yeah, Sierra Leone. I don't really know a lot about Sierra Leone, but I'm sure because what is that colonized by the British or like they speak English there, right? Can you confirm? Until he confirms. But so that's the reason why like anytime I see like Africans and African Americans like beefing, it's like, yo, like we all victims of the same shit. Like it doesn't make any sense, like we're all dealing with the aftermath of whether it's enslavement or colonialism, and it impacts us all the same exact way. So
yeah. And so let me see. Yeah, he said colonized.
The British.
Yeah.
So
oh gosh, the British, those places that the British. Oh, whew.
All the things I've learned about the British lately, I
was those Caribbean islands that were by the British, like when you talk about that culture as far as like the beating and all of that is some serious stuff. Okay, like I don't know what it is about the Brits. Okay, I don't know.
It's something special about them that were colonized by the Brits. Like people who like survived British colonialism, like they're different. And I wasn't gonna say nothing because I didn't want to offend any
No, for real. No, I've always said that. We know some of our Caribbean islands, and even the behavior of the people from those particular islands is just very different. It's just very different. Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Yeah.
And so like I just want to touch on what Dante said. It also must be done with respect and with earnest.
Yes.
So I think we have to but I think as parents and we're talking about Black mothers, a lot of times just questioning can be seen as disrespectful.
Yes.
So again, like what Hanifa said, like with her son saying some things to adults that most people would think. My daughter is the same way.
Same.
My 10-year-old daughter, she will, it borderlines disrespect, but I do have that door open because I know as a little girl, you couldn't do that. You couldn't question anyone who was older than you. You couldn't say certain things. It got so much to the point, and this was toxic. And, you don't sometimes realize things that are toxic until you're older.
Yeah.
And it would be to the point where I'm like, okay, I just got to get past this. Like, like I just got to get past this. It's almost like keep your head, like, how our ancestors were. Keep your head down. Don't make eye contact because, like you just got to get past this moment. And so that's kind of like a lot of our upbringing is like, put your head down, get past this moment, or don't ask any questions, even if you're like questioning it. That's how a lot of us were like with religion and just whatever it was. It could be science. It could be just like how you said your daughter said, like, why are we here? You don't in our past, you didn't ask questions like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it was like you just dealt with it. And that had a lot to do because they couldn't ask questions.
Yep.
And going on back, they couldn't ask questions. So, you know, that's the thing, because what is, and that's, sometimes we have to define things. What is respect and what is disrespect?
Mm-hmm.
That was
Because
gonna be what I was gonna say, because I feel like respect and disrespect are subjective. Like I don't see them as like a blanket rule. So
I
a lot
agree,
of things
Awa.
a lot of things that especially like African Americans find disrespectful,
mhm,
especially when it comes from a child, I don't. And so like, and I will like defend my child, like from, and like protect her from it, from like those type of behaviors.
Yep.
Because if a child asking a question, if it wasn't with malicious intent, you're
right.
choosing to take it as disrespect. So now, to me, I always place the onus on the adult. Why are you triggered by this child speaking to you this way?
Because they couldn't.
Mhm.
So
Because
then
they
you need to
couldn't.
fix that, like
Yeah.
analyze that,
Mm-hmm.
and don't, yeah, like don't
Yeah.
bring that to my kid, because
Yeah.
she's a free, um, like very thoughtful, and like I'm not raising her with like these like child guards that they like we try to raise kids with here. Like the child guards are off. She's gets to be like an actual child and experience childhood, because I feel like a lot of us growing up, we did not get to experience childhood. Like we do not let children be children, and that's why they can't, you know, like they can't move if you're out in public, because you're like, oh, like, you know, you got to stay still, and like, no, if they're a child, if they want to move around, let them jump around. And I allow other people's kids the same leeway that I give my child. That's what I allow other people's kids. So
Mhm.
if someone's kid is like bouncing around and like I remember this woman, she like literally like smacked her son on the train once because he accidentally kicked me, like while he was like squirming in his seat. And I'm like, oh my God, it's okay. Like that is
Yeah.
unnecessary. Like he's a child. They're supposed to move. They're supposed to, you know, like they're not just gonna sit still on a 2-hour train ride and just be like pet, like relax. Oh my God, I was so mad. I'm
I
like,
mean, that's the submission, because we were at we had taken the kids to the science museum the other day, and one of the ladies at the desk, and she was real cool, you know, real laid back, but her son was there with, and she knew. She was like, he's been here all day. I think he looked like he might have been 5 maybe. And she was just like, yeah, he's been here all day. He's ready to go. But she still proceeded to yell at him like a crazy person.
nonsense.
It was just like, you know, and she was like, "Oh, I'm sorry," it was just like, I said, "No." It's like he's being a kid, you know.
Yes.
And on top of that, you just said that he has literally been here all day in your little cubicle, you know, with nothing to do, you know. So it's that's what we do, and a lot of times we especially do it when other people. Well, I'm not gonna say we, but a lot of people do it when there's other people around, because I don't know, maybe it comes from the place of being embarrassed. Like, you know, I don't want to be embarrassed. I don't want to make it seem like my children are not tamed, you
And
know.
that's the thing, like they're not supposed to be. Like children are not tame. They're not supposed to be either. So
Well, I think there's a factor. There's a part of this that we're not talking about, which is a lot of us have internalized the
Mhm.
adultification of children. A lot
Yes.
of us as Black people,
Yeah.
and we are we want to damn near drag our children through their developmental stages. Okay, they need to hurry up, get past this. Why? As I was
Mm.
spoke about, for the sake of convenience, right? Which is then rooted in what? The workforce, labor force, capitalism. It's
yep.
all connected. Okay. So this adultification of children, of Black children, I'm going to be very specific. We have also internalized it as Black mothers and fathers, right? We are placing adult expectations on
Yep.
children. The reality is this: with every developmental stage of a child, and it looks different for every child, right? And this is why you have to be tuned into your child to where you're like, okay, oh, they're no longer there now. They've moved. Okay, they've moved
Yep.
on. So now where are they at? And how do I work with them at this stage in their development, right? So we have to understand every stage of their development is an opportunity. There's something to be done in that stage that's going to bring them towards closer to independence. Okay. So when you are washing your child, okay, and you're teaching them how to wash themselves, while you're showing them how to do it, is to have your outcome is what? The goal is what? For them to independently wash themselves. Okay. Now, when they have graduated to there, then there's something else to teach, whether it is through potty training, whatever that is. So then now, okay, baby steps, but it all has to do, and it's all working towards independence.
Right.
Okay. But what happens to us, and I was spoke on this earlier, where she was saying a lot of us have failed our children in that department, and we wonder why they don't want to leave the nest, right? And why they're still clinging to you at 25. Okay. And they don't want to go out there and kind of like do their own thing because they're afraid or whatever. Because a lot of times we haven't properly prepared them. Because what we have done is we have forced our children to skip stages, right? And let me explain something. If you force a child through a stage, you're going to end up abusing them at some point, whether it's verbal abuse or physical abuse, because you are going to frustrate yourself. Because now this toddler has a developmental stage, right? So then now to transition from that, if you are treating a 3-year-old like a 6 or 7-year-old, you are forcing them to skip a phase, right? So now you're treating them like 7. Guess who is going to get frustrated? You are. So then you're going to end up abusing your child, whether it's intentionally or not. So you have to honor the stages of development of your child because they are necessary. And with every stage, instead of trying to rush them through it, you kind of have to look for what is the purpose and the goal of this particular stage. What should I be introducing? What should I be instilling? What should I be depositing? What should I be teaching? Right? What tools should I be giving them for the next stage of their development? But a lot of us, we're so focused on convenience that we want to rush our children through the developmental stages. And also because we have internalized the adultification of little black bodies. The same, the society has done it, and we have taken it on as well.
And I think part of what leads to that as well is a lot of Black mother, like if you're having a child before you're prepared to have this child, like if you were like an oops, or like it wasn't planned, then that puts a lot of stress on someone, right? And that stress is going to make it that you can't really function as a full parent. Because you can't do anything right if you're stressed out. Like it's not like you can't get your work done right if you're stressed out. You're not going to be able to parent well if you're stressed out. Because in order to do something well, especially something as important as parenting a child and being able to deal with them and do all of the things that Hanifa, you just mentioned, like you got to, talk to them and make sure you're treating them at the right stage and all of that. You can't be stressed out. You have to be prepared for that. And a lot of us have children that we are not prepared to have. And that, I think, is a big part of the problem. Like you're having it, whether you're having it to keep a man, or whether you're having it because, like whatever the reason may be. If you're having a child before you are prepared to have a child, and prepared may look different to different people, but I think there was a standard of what prepared is. Like even if it's different to different people, like for me, prepared is like I'm not having a child if I'm not married and if I can't afford to have a child. To me, prepared means being able to financially support a child and having a second person here who's going to help me with this child because I'm not doing it alone, because it's not meant to be done alone. There's a reason why it's hard. There's a reason why being a single mother in this country, you'll see thousands of studies on it, makes you 75% more likely to be living in poverty. Because if you're having a child that you're not prepared for, instead of the child being an investment, which is what children are supposed to be, like where I come from, children are investments. You have them, you take care of them right, then when they grow up, they take care of you. That's what my parents did with me and my sister. And now we're taking care of my parents because they had us as an investment. Right. And so, but you can't have an asset on your hands if you don't have the whatever is needed to maintain an asset. Because in order to maintain an asset, you got to be able to put something into it. And you can't put nothing into your child if you're stressed out. and you're not going to be able to do it right. So that's a big part of the problem. I don't know why a lot of us have children. I don't think a lot of people know why they're having a child. Or if they do know,
we're having children because we're treating sex like it's a sport.
That's a good point.
You said it. You said it. You said it.
I wanted to say, Maat, quickly to Dante question. He said, can a parent's passivity be considered abusive or toxic? And I'm going to say, yes, I was just going to say that because sometimes some parents are so passive that it ends up being neglect.
Yep.
Yeah. And I grew up
you
with people
be
like
careful with that too. So I say yes
absolutely.
to that.
And sometimes one of the parents is passive while the other one is extremely abusive, and so they're not even
worse.
Right.
It's a worse combination. Yeah. But I'm wondering what he was saying that in relation to, like, is he referring to, like, when I say like letting children be children, is that what he's considering passivity? Or because I don't know
I think he was saying that some of what he said that it was a slippery slope, right?
So what, like letting kids be children? That's a slippery slope. That's crazy.
I think that's what he was speaking to. Yeah.
Well,
yeah. No, I mean,
it's funny because when you brought up if another children have that freedom, because I know for Dr. Joy, she talked about this in her book, that a lot of times as Black parents we don't want to give our children a freedom. Like I think she gave the example of being the child being in the bank, and the white child was able to go explore, but the Black child, even when the mother took her eyes off the child, there was another Black woman who turned around and looked at the child and made sure the child went back and got by her mother. And so we have taken on that because of several reasons. A lot of times it comes from, not wanting our children to explore because we think that they are going to be in danger. There's a lot of different reasons why we do that. But it has gotten to the point where we're just like, okay, we got to keep our children in line. They can't explore, and we, you got to really be careful with that when they're toddlers, especially when they're toddlers, because that's what they do. They explore. And so as long as, my thing is, as long as they're not putting themselves in danger, and, I have especially if we're out in public, I do make sure that I have my eyes on we have our eyes on our children. But at the same time, you do want them to explore their environment. My daughters, they're really into exploring like nature and stuff like that. But if we don't give them the freedom to do so, to get dirty, and all of those different things, to see how things work in nature, then they're never going to be, we're never going to be connected like we say that we desire to be connected. So I think a lot of this requires definition, because when you say it's a slippery slope, what is a slippery slope? Giving them the freedom to explore, and then in what context? Because a lot of times we're doing this, corporal punishment to our children. Is it actually changing anything? Because I'll say, like, when it comes to our kids, they're good. We don't beat our kids, and they're good kids, and like a lot of the things that y'all say that you do, that's what I do with my kids. I either take something away, or they look, they go into timeout, whatever it is. But you don't have to beat them into submission. And then what does that do to their mental state? And how is that creating? How we said in the beginning, relate, a lot of adults have said, well, I got beat and look at me. But a lot of our relationships are broken. We have this so-called gender war. We don't have really good relationships with people in our family, or whatever it may be. So has that really helped? And you can also ask, has it hurt? But has it helped? So anytime that I look at certain things in our community, I always ask, is it helping or is it hurting? And 9 times out of 10, you're going to look at the way that we raise our children, especially when it comes to beating them, that is hurting them more than it is helping them.
You know, my 3-year-old flipped my approach on media today. So I'm on the couch and I'm frustrated with him, and he knows when I'm frustrated with him. So there's two things that I'm noticing the stage that he's in right now. So he has memory of wrongdoing, right? So he gets up the next day. I'm over it. I don't moved on. Ain't nobody thinking about him. We are not even thinking about him. He comes and he said, "I sorry I didn't listen.
Oh.
I'm sorry I didn't listen to you." Okay. So for me, I look at that and I'm just like, okay, he has remorse. That's a healthy thing, right?
Right.
And so the other day on the couch, he was just like, I was upset. I was like, stop. I was like, I'm not talking to you. I'm because I'll say to him, I'm angry with you right now. He says to me, relax.
Oh my God, he's in that chill, mommy.
No, yeah, he said, relax. He said, you know what he said to me? He's like, breathe it out. Breathe it out.
Yes.
Why? Because every time
I love it.
teaching him how to practice his breathing when he gets upset. So every time I be like, okay, breathe your attitude out before we move on and have this conversation. So he'll do his little thing like,
Oh my God.
breath. It's all air from the mouth. He's like,
Right.
right. So the other day he was just like, relax.
That is
Relax,
so funny.
mommy, relax.
I
He's
love
like,
it.
breathe it out, calm down.
I'm here for
There's
it.
nothing I could say. You know, it's just like he's right because that's what I tell him when he's upset.
Right.
That is too
You know what I'm
funny.
saying? But yeah, I mean, our children, they're watching us. They're watching everything that we do.
And
Go ahead.
that is great behavior that you're modeling for him, by the way, because
Right.
that's what we're doing all the time. We're modeling for them. So whatever we do, that's what they're going to do. So if we're full of dysfunction, they're going to be full of dysfunction.
Agreed.
A dysfunctional
Agreed.
person is not going to raise a functional adult. So
Yeah. Agreed.
I love it. I'm here for it.
And
I want to be his friend.
so Natasha, she said, I think having an obese child is failure, is child abuse. So yeah, I have a whole, thing about that, but we got to understand a lot of our bad negative relationships with food comes from childhood. So, that's another thing, like what we're just saying, that's a learned behavior. If I saw my mother stuffing her face, or binging, that's what happened. Most people say people who smoke, they come from households who smoked. So, and because most adults have negative relationship with food, of course the children are going to have negative relationships with food. And so, that is that's a whole nother conversation. Abe says some mothers create a sense of codependency so their kids will never leave the nest. Yes, and that's toxic. That's toxicity. There's something, and I'll share it really quick, because I want to come back to what he's saying. He said there's a biological imperative for men to want to have sex and a biological imperative for women to want to have children.
That's true. However, the conditions under which they're having the children is what I'm talking about. So, like, for example, if you're familiar with the work of Dr. Stacey Patton, I remember her one day saying that, like, a lot of like teenage pregnancy, for example, that it usually like results, or it can result from, like, if you grow up like thinking that you're not going to live like a long life, like if you grow up like in a violent environment and you could think that you could die at any moment, it might like subconsciously cause you to think like, oh, like if I don't pass on my genes now, like I'm not going to have a chance to do it when I'm older, right? So like someone like me who grew up in like a completely safe environment, I didn't have my daughter till I was 30. I was never afraid that I wasn't going to be able to like pass on my DNA. Like it was never like something that I had to be afraid of consciously or subconsciously. Right? So I could wait until I'm in the perfect situation to have a child. But had I grown up like some of my counterparts did, I might have, like had a kid at 16 or something. Like if I had any, whether consciously or subconsciously, any like fear of my ability to pass on my DNA. So it's like, it's all connected.
Yeah.
So,
and I mean, we can't remove the fact of media and propaganda and how all of that plays a part too. I often say that it's hard for us to really understand who and what we are in our natural state, because we have been in this conditioning. We've been on this soil. Our ancestors have been on this soil for a very long time, and have been sexualized and used as sexual beings for a very
Literally bred on breeding farms.
right, exactly. And so, it's very hard for me to, like, when we have like those type of conversations, to really understand, because again, as you ascend in, depending on what context, but a lot of times in the spiritual community, when you talk about ascending spiritually, it takes away that always necessity to want to, like, I'm not gonna say engage in sex, but it it doesn't, it's a different kind of imperative, I guess you would say. And you think about sex differently than you thought about sex as, if you are still in a lower vibratory state. So go ahead.
So I agree with what you just said, but it actually makes me think of something. So I've recently been binge watching Kendra G's show on
Mhm.
YouTube, and the amount of like men and women who come on there who have like multiple children with multiple people
Mhm.
is like, I refuse to believe that it's real. Right? I'm just like, no, like this can't be real. Like this can't be as prevalent as it's appearing to be from this show, because it's just like, this is like a lot, right? So to respond to what Abraham said, the biological imperative for men to want to have sex, at what point does it like intersect with like the irresponsibility of just like impregnating everyone you have sex with all over the place? Because
Right.
there's a level of like, I don't know whether it's be they're infantile or what it is, but like having, just dropping your seed off at different places, like I almost think that like the term is it epigenetics?
Mm.
The term that they use for like whatever happens to our ancestors basically
Right.
gets coded in their DNA and
Mhm.
passes on to their offspring. It's almost as if no one has told like these men that like massa don't need you to like breed for them no more.
Right.
That's what it seems like to me. And it's like somebody got to get the message out there, like you don't need to have this many children for productivity's sake anymore. Like you're
Mhm.
just literally, now is to our detriment, because we just have all of these broken households everywhere. And it's like, it can't be that many people. Like I refuse to believe it's real. I'm like, half of these people have to be lying, because the amount of people who come in there, they got 5 kids with 5 women, or women who have 5 kids for 5 men, is just, it's surreal to me. Like I don't, like, it's crazy. I don't understand it. But yeah, like that's a problem, because you can't, especially if you're that like spread thin, like like if you, unless you're like a millionaire, like you're not having comfortably 5 kids in America, or
Yeah.
unless you like inherited a house and you don't have no like,
A lot of these people are going to be dependent on government
yeah, like it doesn't
assistance.
make any
Yeah.
sense. I don't understand it. So like I get the whole biological imperative, but I don't understand the like the lack of accountability, or the lack of,
Because I think
I
a
don't
balanced
even know what to call
man
it.
and a balanced woman, they just operate differently. They think,
That's
they're gonna think differently. And so that, that's, but I want to go back to something that he said, because it makes me think of, and we're gonna wrap up some it makes me think of this whole concept now, because we hear a lot about like narcissistic mothers. And I don't go into wanting to diagnose people,
yeah.
because I am not a
Professional.
guys, I'm not a licensed therapist or mental professional.
Yes.
Always seek the advice of your physician or qualified
My own disclosures.
you may have regarding a medical or mental condition. But with that being said, I think that it's funny because, okay, so this is from, I put the link in the description if you want to go to the YouTube page, but it talks about 9 signs of a narcissistic mother. It says diverting the conversation to themselves, competing with the daughter. We talked about that, how there's a lot of competition between mothers and daughters. mother makes the daughter feel that she's a burden. And so when we say things, or when parents say things like, you know, I gave you a roof over your head, I gave you clothes and things like that, that creates something in the child's mind that they are a burden, you know. So and that ends up going on into their adulthood. Failure to protect daughter from another harmful individual. So we talked about sexual abuse and abuse. Emotional unavailability, the wrong kind of emotional availability. So with that, either, you know, like Dante said about being passive, but also overreactions. Overreactions are things that happen with the wrong kind of emotional availability. And so when we overreact because a child is being a child, or even if that child comes to you about something and you give the wrong kind of reaction, being controlling and manipulative, creating a sense of debt that cannot be repaid because the mother sacrificed tremendously to have the daughter. So, and that happens a lot when women are not prepared to have children.
Facts.
And then narcissistic mother gives conditional love, approval as a reward for doing what she wants. So this is a performance, like a performance-based love. I will love you. I will give you things as long as you act right or do certain things for me. And then violation of daughter's boundaries. So it's a you know, especially when that daughter or child gets of a certain age, they still are crossing boundaries that they should not be crossing. And then usually starts before they leave the home, of course. And so the reason I brought that up is because in recent years we have seen this whole concept of narcissistic mother or the narcissistic parent, and it has become mainstream, and there's many people that feel they are finally able, they're like, you know, when you go and you look at narcissistic videos, people are in the comments and like, oh yeah, this is my mother. I'm finally able to verbalize what they have been going through. And so do you think that this is something that has existed and we're just now able to label these behaviors, or is it something that have happened over the years to create these narcissistic traits? What do y'all think about that?
I think that oh boy, I think that the word, the narcissistic or narcissism or whatever, I think that a lot of people have just found a new word with many syllables that feels really smart rolling off of their lips. And so, how are you laughing?
That's hilarious.
I'm gonna go for it because my auntie already know how I feel about it. I say this armchair diagnosis. I think that there's a lot of dysfunction, and I think that people are just trying to find vocabulary to describe it because they
Labeling
have,
everything, yeah.
yeah, language, like the language, they have emotion, they know that what was done was wrong, but they don't have the language to express it. And so when you start pushing words like for example, toxic masculinity, right? I think that when women talk about that, I think it's trash to call masculinity toxic. But I think that if you listen to what women are describing, okay, this has been an ongoing conversation, right? So it's like, oh, there's a word I can use because I sound way more intelligent and intellectual if I use that word. I feel the same way about narcissism. I don't think that there are a high percentage of narcissists. I think that there are a lot of people who have narcissistic traits, right? And they express those traits, but are they narcissists? Not necessarily. Okay. I just think that a lot of us are just broken and hurt and traumatized and just dysfunctional. Like there is, you know what I'm saying? Now, number 7, what you pulled up for number 7, right? That is so, I mean, just call all Black mothers narcissistic. Just go ahead and call all Black mothers narcissistic. Okay, because they'll tell you straight up, I brought you into this world and I will take you out.
That's murder.
Okay? Go ahead and label all Black, and then this idea of, you know, after all I've done for you, This is how you, what's the word? Repay me.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you repay me, right?
Mhm.
Okay. So I don't necessarily, that's how I feel about narcissism. The conversation around narcissism now, I see it no different as a download. It's a download in the programming, and everybody is on it right now. It is, if you want to call it a fad, if you want to call it like, whatever it is. But I don't necessarily think that everybody is, you could find some very similar patterns in our Black parents in households, all of us. Okay, you don't even necessarily have to be from the same country, and you will say, "Oh, did your mom do this?" And you'll be like, "Yeah," you know what I'm saying. And that person is from like Ecuador or something, and you over there from Sierra Leone or something. You're like, "What? Yeah, my mom did that. She said the same thing." You're gonna see those patterns. I don't necessarily think that they're narcissistic. I think that the direction that the society is going in, and that's a whole other conversation, all sorts of things that are actually good to keep structure, right, is now being labeled because they are forcing them out. They are pushing them out. I'm not talking about abuse here. I'm talking about like just things that have always been a part of Black culture, African culture across the diaspora. But if we're not talking to each other, we don't know these similarities, by the way, right? But when you talk to each other, you be like, wait, your mom did that too? What? Like when I talk to some people about like, we couldn't walk on our knees in the house, right? And then I want us to keep in mind too, our people, African people, are spiritual people. So a lot of the things that they see as like, what's the word that people use? Superstition is the word
Superstitious,
they
yeah.
use. Right. It's really rooted in spirituality, oftentimes, their spiritual systems, right? So what happened is that over the years, the thing hasn't been lost, but the meaning for it has been lost. Like the why has been lost, right? There's so many things that my mom teach me when I gave birth, and it's like, what? Why? And she, you know what her response is? That is what the old people say. Because we have a very oral tradition, right? As African people in the diaspora. So it's looking for those you're from Louisiana, I'm sure. We've talked about things and we've laughed and like, oh yeah, y'all do that too? Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I'm with an African American man. It's the same thing. Like we could find so many similarities. But I say all of that to say the narcissistic piece, I just think people, it's like when I was young, it was a big deal to be able to spell Mississippi. Okay, it just was like in a certain grade, you're like MISSISSIPPI. You're just happy. You even had a game to help you spell it, right? Because it's a big word. I feel the same way about narcissism, and I'm not trying to play a dumb y'all, but I'm being serious. A lot of people who are jumping on this and just armchair diagnosing their parents and the people around them and so forth. I don't think a high percentage of those cases are narcissism, because if that's the case, even ourselves, we can go ahead and label, some of us, we carry quote unquote narcissistic traits. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about those of us who are not doing the work, those of us who are still existing within our dysfunction. We are carrying, and some of us, even when we're doing the work, we are dealing with residual stuff. Okay, that we still haven't completely like rid ourselves of, right?
But
So,
push back there on that is the fact that as women who are understanding, who healing, look within, we take accountability for that. Because just like the other day, I went and apologized to my daughter for yelling at her, right? That didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Like those things don't happen. And then even if my daughter comes to me and say like, hey, I'm upset about something that you did or that you said, I will listen to it and have a conversation about it instead of like, this is your fault. I think that's kind of the difference. And then that's what even like Abraham is saying here. He says the narcissistic mother is one who plays the victim and tries to manipulate by refusing to identify negative traits. We allow them to continue. We have a lot of trauma in our community. So that's what
that's been before we even were introduced to the term narcissism, is my point.
right.
Like that manipulation.
So are you saying that we just don't label it, just say that those are traits? Because a lot of things,
we gotta be careful with taking what you call it, certain diagnosis. We are not psychiatrists and attaching it to people and diagnosing them. I think we gotta be very careful with that. Because even though my background is psychology, I feel the same way with the labels or the diagnosis that they give these young Black children. You know what I'm saying? I feel the same way about that. And I feel like we are now taking on that same behavior with each other. So this is why you see me pushing back, because this is being done to us for years and years and like for a long time, hundreds of years. Okay. I mean, for goodness sake, they have a diagnosis, drapetomania. What the hell? You know what I'm saying?
Well, like they have something for everything now. Like
that's what I'm saying. So imagine that you take someone who says, "I am tired of being abused and being a slave. I want to escape from this," and they say, "My gosh, you might be psychologically sick," and they diagnose you as a drapetomaniac. That was an actual diagnosis, and this has happened to our people in this country, in this society, for a very long time, even globally. So when I see us doing this to each other, I'm very careful with that, because maybe I'm triggered. Y'all go ahead and speak. Maybe I'm triggered. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if somebody lies, can I diagnose them as a liar? Is it because it's a psychological term or
you can't diagnose them as a liar, because my aunt, in that moment, they could have just lied for that moment.
If they continue to lie over and over,
then they are habitual liar. They are habitual liar.
But is that a diagnosis?
I'm staying out of this. You and I, you guys talk on this topic.
Okay, so I agree with you, Hanifa. This has become like the word du jour, basically, right? It's like the popular buzzword, probably a trend. Everybody, I think the more insidious part of it, though, is that I feel like a lot of people, in order to like not hold themselves accountable for the poor decisions that they make, they want to label themselves an empath and label everybody else a narcissist. So I see it as like almost as a cop out, like it's a scapegoat, right? So like I think that's the real issue, right? But also the reason why, Hanifa, you probably identified that you'll have people across the diaspora who experience the same thing. I think the reason for that is because we all experience the same thing, because we have a common root cause, which is slavery and colonialism. So the reason why we can like have these similar traits across the border, like, you know, like you being able to identify with your fiance who's not Jamaican, you know, and my husband is Jamaican, and, you know, like it's, the reason why it's across the board is basically because we have the common root cause. It all stems from being a people who have been subjugated and ruled over by the minority of the world. So that's why, you know, like it manifests itself the same way, because it stems from the same problem. Right. So to me, like just labeling everyone a narcissist, that's an easy way out. It's a cop out, it's a scapegoat. The root cause or the foundation of being a narcissist is not having any empathy. Narcissists, like actual true narcissists, don't have any empathy. And the reason why a lot of our people lack empathy is because they're abused.
And you also have to bear in mind, when you start diagnosing people, they will tell you, right, that there is no cure. There is no cure for it. So when you say there's no cure, we remove the responsibility of people doing the work. So I'm very careful with that. And I just hate the fact that everybody think everybody's a narcissist. Go ahead, my aunt. Go ahead.
Well, I don't disagree with you. I'm just pushing back a little bit, because a sociopath or a psychopath also lack those things as well. And we have no problem labeling them. Yeah. You know,
so they're the actual narcissists. So like you were saying, like if you can call unless you're willing to call your mother a sociopath or a psychopath, I don't recommend labeling them a narcissist, because at the end of the day, like words mean things, and we can't just label everyone who hurt us or who triggers us or who traumatizes us or who offends us a narcissist. And I feel like that's what we've been doing.
Okay. So
And wait, can I say one thing too?
Yeah.
We also have different attachment styles, right?
Uh-huh.
And people were in relationships with people with certain attachment styles or whatever, and they come out of the relationship and it's like, oh my gosh, I was with a narcissist. And it's like, nah, because on the other end, that same person could come out and say they were with a narcissist. So now both of y'all out here calling each other narcissists. It reminds me of being in church. And I used to say, when two Christians who are at odds with each other are praying to God, which one does he answer? You know what I'm saying? So in relationships, I'm like, you know, that person can make the same claims towards you. What did you say, my aunt?
Which one is the work of the devil?
Right. So it's like this person believed they're right. That person believed they're right. They're both saying, they're both calling each other devils. So it's the same thing when people come out of relationships. You have, and by the way, I just want to say this. I want to say this. That term is often thrown about by women. I just want to make that clear. If you pay attention, it's usually women who are using the word narcissistic. Okay, women who are coming out of relationships who have been hurt. Now, don't get me wrong, also relationship with their parents. But it's mainly us, and that could be for a number of reasons. I'm not knocking women. I'm sure there are a number of reasons for that, right? We tend to have a full spectrum of like words and language, you know, as far as our expression that our men just don't often have. And that's connected to the way that we're socialized and all of these things on top of probably some biology. I don't know. But I'm saying that I'm very careful with the narcissist thing because it's annoying as hell. It's as annoying as toxic masculinity to me when that term was being thrown all over the place. So the manipulation that Abraham is speaking of and so forth, that's always existed, right? How do we address that without diagnosing each other is the key. How do we address that? How do we get a person to work on those parts of themselves without saying that? Because once you diagnose them, that's it. That's it.
They don't have to change.
So I'm gonna come back to this, but Andy is kind of bringing that up because he said, if those actions that make a narcissist are present and you continue to see those actions, what do you call that person? So if that person is manipulative, that person lacks empathy, that person will not take accountability, whatever it is, like those characteristics that they say that they are. And again, we're not clinicians or anything, but if those are present, what do you call that person? Do you just address that even if they're refusing to, or do you ultimately put this person in a box and say like, this is like they just have these traits and there's no helping them?
We're multifaceted people. Okay, we can be many things at the same time.
Complex,
So when we cuss each other out, right? You ever heard a woman cuss somebody and they be like, "You manipulative, backstabbing, download." All of those things are true about that person that person is telling them, right? But what we try to do is, because we see all of these, then we want to sum it all up and say you're a narcissist. But we have to understand what diagnosing someone means. What does it mean for someone to have a diagnosis? That is what I'm pushing back on. When you start diagnosing people, do we understand what we are doing? And I'm just going to say, it's almost impossible for people to live under a system of white domination without dealing with some mental health stuff. That's just a fact.
Of course.
Yeah. So what do you think about what society? He said, in the case, then we shouldn't use the term white supremacy. A lot of us use the term a lot, and some use it as an excuse for everything. We have to call a thing a thing. So what do you think about that statement?
White hegemony and white domination. I try not to use white supremacy.
I don't use white supremacy.
And if I use it, I always say the illusion of white supremacy. But you will never catch me just saying white supremacy just out there on its own. I either said the illusion of it or I said white domination. And actually, I prefer white domination and white terrorism over anything else, to be honest.
Right.
Yep.
And I spoke on white fragility, because that is what it comes from. It comes from their fragile egos of white people, and so they have to dominate in order.
Even that term I stay away from, because instead of white fragility, it needs to be white aggression.
Yeah, because
Fragile, they're aggressive.
under the term, you have to understand the term of white fragility to understand that it's aggression. Like you
So then, yes, I guess that's why. Because I've read some papers and I was just like,
yeah. So
fragile people are like this. They're not like this, So, and they're definitely the latter.
Right, and a lot of times
you also got to put in perspective when people are when we're dealing with white domination and they are set on maintaining that domination, everything that they do is a weapon. Even their tears become weapons. You have to put it in its proper context and perspective. When you're talking about people maintaining their status of domination, they will listen. When we talk about plantation life back then, people talk about the men and the overseers so much, but there's a story, right, of the docile white woman that sat on the porch in the rocking chair, right, and how violent she was. But we don't talk about that. We don't talk about it a lot. And this is why you can have our woman desiring that docility, because they don't really understand that docility is also violent, right? They don't understand that. They don't understand when we talk about white tears that can also be weaponized, because at the end of the day, it is about domination and the maintenance of it. Everything that these people in power do is towards the maintenance and the upkeep of that domination. This is why you are always going to have to fight for what you want. You talk about no one is going to give it to you, because what you're asking me to do is to give you up my power. Why would I ever do that?
Right.
So
I don't look at it as an excuse. It's a reason. It's a reason that we're here is not an excuse, because a lot of times people like to use like black on black crime, right? They like to use that as, well, we're still participating in black on black crime, but that is a symptom of what we're talking about. It's a symptom of white domination. Like, when we talk about like when they give black people the word thugs, but that was a learned behavior from them. They were the original thugs, right? Like, so a lot of times we don't want to talk about it anytime, because except for the spaces that the spaces that I go to that are black first, a lot of spaces are like, you go into their spaces and you start talking about white domination or the white supremacy doctrine or whatever you want to call it, imperialism. A lot of people don't want to hear that. They're like, oh, here we go again. Like, we got to talk about this. We can't talk about our own issues, but our issues are rooted in that. When we talk about toxic motherhood, it is rooted in that, because as long as we are desiring, as long as we as Black women are desiring the white illusion, like we want to be like white women, or we're not getting rid of that in our men as well. And as long as our men are desiring to that whiteness, that white man, that because a lot of times we were participating in it. We have not stopped participating in that. It's like they're up here and we're supporting it. Like we are supporting it with everything that we do. Like right now we are on YouTube and we are supporting a white system by being on YouTube. Like that's just it. That's it. We have to decide at what level we're going to stop participating in it. Once we have everything and it's all our own, then we can say it's an excuse. If we're living our own land, whatever it is, doing our own thing, living off the land, whatever you want to call it, whatever it looks like, then we can stop saying it's an excuse, and then we can say it's just us. But as long as we are participating in their society, because this is not our society, then we can't really say that it's an excuse. It's a it's a part of the issue, and it's the roots. Like, and until we take that root out and we start to plant it somewhere else, then we can't really say it's an excuse. So when we talk about toxic mothers, that's what it's rooted in. So a lot of times I think that we have it's hard because when we're hurt, and a lot of us are just like really deeply hurt by our mothers, by our parents, by people in our family, even like some of us who have gone through leaving religion, and then the toxicity. You would think that because a person is Christian or whatever, religious, whatever their religion is, that they would treat you a certain way because that's what their Bible tells them to do. But it seems like a lot of times the toxicity ends up growing even more. And I think a lot of that has to do with the control factor as well, because as if you no longer believe in this system or in this religion that I gave you, then I can no longer use this to manipulate you and control you. Whether you feel like that is what the Bible is used for or not, that is what people have used it for. And so a lot of when you have received something, I always think about the way that you come into something. So a lot of us as Black people came into religion in a submissive fashion. It was used to control us. And so then we use it to control. You have men who will use it to control their household. You'll have parents who use it to control their children. And then it was used on us to control us. So a lot of times when you step away from that, then there's a like, okay, well, what do I do now? I can no longer use this to manipulate or control this person, especially if the person is already toxic anyway. If the mother is already toxic, she's like, oh, I can't use this now to control you any longer. I can't tell you that honor your thy father and your mother and your days are going to be long, or like, you're not honoring me, so you're going to die. So there's those things that can no longer be used. So the question, because we're going to wrap up here, is, because I said, when is toxic mothers and when walking away is okay. So when is that? How bad does it have to get for one to walk away from their mother? What do you think?
I think it's different for different people, because whether so like if you're able to deal with it, like, so not everyone is going to be affected by toxicity the same, right? Like, someone can do the same thing to the three of us and all of us will react differently, right? It just depends on where we are in life, what our like unresolved traumas or triggers are, things of that nature, right? So I just think it depends on how it affects you. So if you're someone who is easily triggered and it impacts your mental health, literally makes you sick, then you need to remove yourself from the situation because you are not in this, you can't handle it, basically. But if you're someone who is on the opposite end of that spectrum, then the toxicity may not have an impact on you. And then you don't have to remove them. You just, you can love them as the flawed individual that they are, because like, parents aren't going to be perfect. Like, they're human. And once you realize that they're human, then you can receive them as they come to you and not need them to change in order to deal with them. So it just depends on how they affect you. So so that's how I would answer the question. Like, if it affects you really, really negatively and you can't handle it, then you remove yourself, because that's all you can do. If you can't handle the situation, you just remove yourself from the situation. Because you can't control their behavior, you can only control your behavior. So
there was somebody I was listening to, and he said that ceasing contact versus ending the relationship, those are two different things. So you can cease contact with a person, but that doesn't necessarily end the relationship, because the effects of the relationship does not end. So it's about seeking peace. So if you can cease contact with that person and still be able to attain peace, then that's more like ending the relationship. But a lot of times, even when you cease contact with a person, that does not end peace. It's like a bad relationship. Like you might end a bad relationship with someone, but then you still don't have peace because you're constantly thinking about that person. And
because you're
until you
so,
have
yeah.
like sought peace and that you have maybe forgiven the person, or you're just like you have peace, then that relationship has finally ended. And so it's just like when a if a parent dies or someone that you're close to dies, that does not end the relationship. You just no longer really have contact with that person on a daily basis. So I think that that's something that, as as women, as mothers, it's always hard for us to actually say, just from looking from different things that I was looking at over the few days before this live. And there's some people who say, like, I haven't spoken to my mother in years, 3 years, 4 years, or whatever. Some of them 20 years, right?
Wow.
And so and that's the thing. But they said that they're still dealing with the effects of what the trauma that their mother, and some of their mothers have transitioned. And so they're saying that I'm still dealing with the damage that my mother has done. And so that's the thing, like the relationship is never really over, but you may cease to have contact with that person. So it's just like, how bad does it have to get? For me, it's like it has to get to a point where it's like, and like for me, trust is a big thing. Like trust in my relationships, my friendships, whomever it is. Like my kids know, like, you lied to me, like you getting punished. Because I just can't deal with lying, because that's not fair. I tell them this all the time. It's not fair to the other person when you lie. Like you don't give them you don't give them an opportunity. Like, it is no point to, like, and especially an adult lying to you. You're like, why are you lying to me? Like, you a grown person. Like,
Yeah.
it's just weird. So, but when it starts becoming an issue of, I think, safety, emotional, and mental well-being, if it starts affecting you at a deep level, I think that's when some people have to decide that they have to walk away. But it's different for everyone. I think it's different for other, different people. I think, though, whether whoever it is, whether it's a family member, a friend, or whomever, I always say, like, if you have to walk away from that person, like, that's on you. Like, and whether that you can live with that. Like, if there's a friendship, if there's a toxic friendship, you have to walk. It's harder when it's your parent, or especially when it's your mother. I think it's even easier for people to walk away from their fathers than it is to walk away from their mothers. Because of what society has kind of dictated mothers to be. Hanifa, you want to say anything to that?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that we also gotta bear in mind. Like for me, I say this to anyone, and I've evolved to this place right here now. So this is currently where I'm at. Doesn't mean that I'm not gonna move tomorrow or the week after, but this is currently where I'm at, right? Because I believe in journeying. I believe that none of us stay quite where we're at as far as our consciousness, right? It's
Right.
always expanding. The more we find out, the more information we introduce into our consciousness, we start to evolve in the way that we, perceive things or process things and so forth. I haven't always been here. I've kind of been that die-hard, loyal to family no matter what. Today, today, no. There is a difference between being family and being related. Okay? There are some people we are just related to them. That means that we are part of the same family group. That is it. Okay? That's what we call blood. And then there's people who are family, right? That you connect with, like y'all are a whole unit. And they are not your cousin, they're not related to you by blood or anything like that.
Right.
I think that this loyalty that we have towards people simply because they are mothers or fathers, or it's something that we have to really come to terms with the illusion around that. To be honest, that's just me. That's just me. I think the quicker we do that, the easier it would be for us to see people as people, not just because really what it is that the standard that we're holding people to is because of the role that they occupy.
Right.
That's really what it boils down to. Because at the end of the day, you might have an aunt or a cousin who hurt you just as much as your mother. Okay? And you will quicker cut them off than your mama. Why is that? Why is that? Because the role is because of where society have placed the role of mother, the role of father. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right.
It's almost like there's a hierarchy and they are at the pinnacle of that hierarchy. Right? I don't believe in that. Just like I don't believe in, and maybe it's working in child welfare that did this to me. I blame them. It could be because I've seen so many children that were abused and hurt by their parents. And then I would see the adults around them forcing them to have a relationship with, I'm talking about people who pimp them out for drugs.
Right.
I'm talking about people who threw them out in the streets because they reported sexual abuse by their boyfriends. Right. And all you could think about is, well, it doesn't matter. You only get one mama. You're damn right. She should have thought of that too.
Yeah.
Right. She should have thought of that. I only get one mother. So I don't push that. I believe in respect, regardless, whether that's a mother, father, cousin, aunt. I think there's a way to go about that. But like you and Awa said, if you are unable, right, and you're not strong enough to face that person, then your best bet is isolation and to stay away from them because a lot of us, we talk about healing, but a part of healing is strengthening our spirit, right? Because when we are hurt, our spirits are weakened. So a part of that healing journey is strengthening our spirit. And maybe you might get up to a place on your journey where you might be able to face that person, right? But if you are not there, you just end up putting yourself in a situation to be re-traumatized.
Yeah.
To be re-traumatized again. So I don't push that issue of, I don't even tell people, well, you know, that's your mama, right? I think that's gaslighting. I don't play around with that. I think that's gaslighting. I think it's dismissive. I think it's disrespectful to that person's hurt and that person's experience. Oh, well, you know, that's your father. Oh, you know, that's your child. Like, I try not to do that because that person is still an individual who's trying to walk through whatever that experience was. And I don't want to gaslight someone and force them or prematurely, try to get them to prematurely form or reconcile a relationship with someone. And by the way, oftentimes we're trying to do that and that person who hurt them hasn't even changed themselves.
Right.
So we're pushing that person back into a situation where they're going to get hurt again.
Yeah. Because I think we have to be careful with trying to tell someone to be strong enough to endure pain. Like, be strong enough to continue to deal with pain, to deal with the trauma, to deal with the toxicity. The strength might be into walking away.
Yes.
Like, that might be where the strength comes in at.
Yes. Because it's hard. It's hard for any of us to walk away from, like, especially our mothers, right? It's difficult. That's not an easy task. But I don't believe in that you have one mother bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't push it. I don't subscribe to it. I don't encourage it. I don't perpetuate it. I don't talk to people like that because I believe in, like, providing safe spaces for people to heal in whatever way that they need to and for however long that they need to do so, right? So people do stuff like, well, suppose she died. Death is inevitable. And I don't mean to sound harsh. Death is inevitable. When she was abusing that child or that person who is now an adult, she should have thought of one day she'll die. And maybe one day, or he'll die, and want them at their side. And they could have thought about that too. But somehow we put it on the victim to do that. Man, we do a lot of gaslighting when it comes to this type of stuff. And I'm very careful with it. I just don't believe in that. Like, parents are infallible and they can't be touched, or they don't they don't deserve to have consequences
Mhm.
for their actions, right? Because part of the consequences of your action of abuse, of gaslighting, of exhibiting narcissistic traits, you know, part of your consequence for that is the possibility of losing your child. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? Or your children not wanting to be around you. There's a lot of parents right now whose children are grown, right? And they are still in denial. You know what they're saying? Oh, these children are ungrateful. This is a different generation. They do not even want to touch the possibility that your children, now that they are adults and they can make decisions for themselves, they have chosen not to affiliate themselves with you.
Right.
Because now they can have that autonomy and that sovereignty over themselves and say, I don't want to mess with you because you messed up. So if I'm not gonna mess up, be around messed up, because I don't hang around people who all they do is tear people down, or I don't hang around that. I don't hang around toxic people. So why should I have to subject myself to a toxic parent just for this, just because they're called parent? So no, I don't push that. I would say though, if you have a parent who is working on themselves, which is rare, so when these parents reach a certain age, it ain't happening, y'all. I'm just being honest. It's not happening. But if you have a parent who you can see them making the effort, maybe you said something and they heard you and they're like, okay, you know what, Awa, you're right. I'm not going to, no, Awa, you're married, but like, you know, you have people who all their parent is concerned about. A lot of my African sisters, when are you getting married? You're getting older, right? That's annoying, right? So you tell your parent that, and then when you go over, you're seeing them working on it. I think that there's a space for grace there, right? I think grace could be extended there. But if you have a parent that's standing firm in their wrong and they are unapologetic about it and they are fierce in it, like, do yourself a service and go your own way. Okay, you probably only need to connect with them when maybe it's their idea, and then even then I say sage the hell out of yourself before you go. Prepare yourself mentally, have an accountability partner, right? The same thing you do on your dates, where you be like, girl, if I text you T, that's code for call me so I can get up out of here. Get an accountability partner for when you gotta go sit with that this is real, because you have to protect your peace. You have to protect your mental health. And if that means that you have to do that even with a parent, so be it. Parents are human beings just like us.
Yeah.
They're human beings just like us. They can be toxic just as any other human being. And so the same way that you would deal with a toxic friend and you will separate yourself and sever that friendship, it has to be the same way with parents. That's how I feel about that. And it may sound harsh, but I promise you, I'm saving some lives right now.
So, with that being said, ladies, as women, the original women, we are. I feel, what I feel that I'm charged with, with changing the trajectory of Black toxic motherhood. And so, do you think that we can get this thing back on track? You think that we can kind of change it?
Define back on track. What does that look like?
There's a lot. There's a lot of, just from, you go put toxic mothers into YouTube and it's so many, not only so many videos, but so many comments under the videos, so it's just like, it's a thing. And it's like, wow, like, why is this such a thing in our community? And so
what's the thing?
Toxic parenting, like toxic mothers, basically.
Yeah.
So I don't think that is going to get back on track. But the reason why is because I think the toxic mothers are a direct symptom of being in a toxic environment. So we live in a toxic environment. The water's toxic. The soil is toxic. The air is toxic. What else we got?
The entertainment, music,
the food.
Everything is toxic.
Yeah.
Food's toxic, right? Because the soil's toxic. we are living in a pool of toxicity. So it would be, I think, unreasonable to expect untoxic people to come out of such a toxic environment. So I think what we're seeing, what we're experiencing, it's a direct result of the environment that we're living in.
So
Like we
do
can't
you-
we can't have untoxic parents in a toxic society. Since the society is toxic, we take all of our tax dollars and we spend it on war. We just like that's we're a warring nation. Like we're in a toxic country surrounded by toxic people. Everything's gonna come out toxic. That's why you're gonna get toxic men, toxic women, toxic children. Everybody's toxic.
So do you think you're toxic?
I don't think I'm toxic, only because I am actively trying not to be toxic. Like a lot of my bad behaviors that I used to like exhibit in the past, for example, I used to blame on the fact that I'm a Sagittarius, right? So I'm like, I'm a fire sign, I'm a Sagittarius. Like I want all the smoke from everyone, right? And so that's what I blamed. Like maybe, and I don't know if I was ever really toxic. I just had really extreme reactions to to feeling harmed, for example. Like my mouth is crazy. Like you don't want to like get into an argument with me because the things that I'm gonna say, like a lot of people can't come back from it. Like I have a really crazy sharp tongue, right? So, but I think that is being toxic because now instead of going ham, when I feel harmed, I try to look at like what is the root of why you're behaving like this. Like I'm basically trying to figure everybody out. Like I know it's not me because I didn't do anything to you for you to be behaving like this. Like what is the root cause of this? Like what's really happening? And I'm like trying to like help figure things out instead of just going straight to, oh, I'm offended, so you gonna get this read and you're gonna be mad. Like I can't tell you how many friends I have lost from just like words. Like I don't fight physically, but my mouth, like you would rather I fight basically because I can't really fight. But if you hear my mouth, like you would rather we would have fought instead because that's how crazy I was, right? So
do we separate? Do we separate? So if you don't consider yourself toxic and we're doing the intentional work, do we separate from the toxic environment in order to
so remember earlier when I said that I was teaching my daughter that we're not American? I feel like a part of like not identifying with this country is part of like not wanting to be toxic. Because I feel like if you call yourself an American, you have to accept and be responsible for what America as a country does. And because I'm completely vehemently against what America as a country does, how it operates, I am basically like, we're not American. We're just living. I'm an expat here. I'm here literally to work. Eventually, I'm gonna move back to Africa. Okay. Like I'm building a house there. Like, you know, like it's like I'm not calling myself an American. I'm not trying to be insulated in this culture because the culture is toxic. Everything here is toxic. They got toxic rape culture. They got toxic. Everything's toxic. So I think if you're not actively, and what I call that is like, what's that the term? Sankofi? Like basically like decolonizing yourself. Oh, Sankofa. I feel like Sankofa. Yeah, like just re-Africanizing myself, right? Like I'm more trying to go back to being like an African and like having less European thinking. And that's what I think I've been doing that's been making me less toxic. Because the way that I was before, fully toxic. Like, you know, like I was fully like into like I was like working like super hard just so I can like afford designer shit. And, you know, like not spending time with my child, for example, or like not enough time because I was sleeping like 3 hours a night, just being like trying to like do it all. You know, now I'm like, we're not meant to do it all. Like we're not supposed to have it all. You're either going to have a family or you're going to be super successful at work. You're not going to do both. And I was trying to kill myself doing both, which wasn't even worth it. You know, so now I'm just like, I'm going to be whatever regular at work, and I'm going to focus my energy and efforts on being a good mother and a good wife, because that's what's more valuable and important to me and what's going to yield the best results. So I think because I'm in that process, I don't think I'm ever going to be like a toxic parent, at least not to my daughter, not under these conditions that we live in. But I had to detoxify. Like it's like Like we're doing like a cleanse that I don't know if the process is ever going to end because I still have certain symptoms from it. Like I insist on the car that I want to drive. And I'm just like, eventually I'm going to have to like stop. But for now, I'm just like, well, like this is what I'm used to. So like I'm spending ridiculous amount of money for no reason. So like there's still traits that I'm still trying to like come out of. But so I wouldn't say that I'm toxic, but only because I'm intentionally not trying to be toxic. Like it's work. I don't think nobody's going to just wake up and not be toxic. I think if you're not consciously trying to not be toxic, you're going to be toxic. That's how I see it.
Very true. I mean, you can't operate in this system, in this society, like just haphazardly. Like you can't just wake up.
You can't live life on default. If you're on default, you're on, and a lot of people are living.
And so
life
that's
on
why
default.
I was asking, because as women, like we three women who I believe are intentionally and consciously putting our best effort to raise our children in a certain way, to like we have some of the same thinking ideals and stuff like that. So and there's more of us out there. So can we not, and I guess Hanifa, you can answer that question, like can we not get this thing back on track?
It's gonna be hard.
Yes. I think that it is possible. I think that it would be easier if we were out of the environment that is making us sick. Our healing would probably be expedited. This is why you have people that go off into like the tropics, go in certain countries in Africa, and they live there for like years or maybe some months, and they'll talk about all the layers that just started to just peel back and how they perceive, because it's different, right? You go to Bali and live for 2 years, right? You are going to come back a different person, okay? Because you're away from, like I tell people all the time, if you're away from this society, we are the minority in this society, but we are not the minority globally, right? But in this society, we are. So that matters, right? That means something. And this is the society that's making us sick, and we're still trying to heal in it. Is it possible? Yes. But it is a deep inner work. It just is. Like it is. Here's the thing. There's a space that all of us have that no one else can get to, and that's within. And that's really where the work is.
Right.
It really is. So then once you start to do the inner work, you go into the world, and it's so funny when Awa was speaking, and she probably can speak to this, because once you start to do that inner work, right, you can face that same person that used to trigger you. Their attitude is still the same. Their mouth is still the same, right? But why aren't you clashing with them anymore? Because you've changed. So that's really where most of the work has to be done, right? Once that work, that's change number one, okay? Because you're already making a dent in the cosmos by just making that one change. And then you connect with another person who is also doing that work, right? And then y'all are raising children that wouldn't have to do that work because of what you guys have already done, right? So that's how you bring about change. This is why when we were talking about children, we have to change how we see children. We have to place the value and the importance back into children, because you cannot change the future by mistreating children.
Right.
You can't. They are the future. So everything that we do and everything that we deposit in them must be towards that outcome. So if you're saying, I want to see my people liberated, then you have to teach that to your children, because you may never live to see it. You can't say, I want to see my children liberated, my people liberated, but you're teaching your children how to assimilate in every which way possible.
Right.
So I think, since we're talking about toxic mothers, we really need to get back on the value of children and how important, and seeing them, like Awa says, as an inheritance. And as an investment. An investment. Because what is investments about? When you make investments, what are they towards? Isn't it the future?
Yep.
It's the same thing with children. So yes, And I think that the mothers carry a very great responsibility, right? I personally believe that women, we have a vacant space because we've been tricked into waiting for our men to get it right. And we've also been tricked into competing, you know what I'm saying, with men, with the masculine, right? We've been tricked into that. So now the space for the feminine is it's there, it's empty. We need to get back to that. We need to step into that, right? With courage and with boldness, because I really think that that's a part of how we begin to turn this thing around. The men have a role too, but I'm talking about us women, and because of our proximity oftentimes to the children and how much we do with the children, like that's an important piece that we need to really consider, right? Like I was saying, they need to be prioritized. Your career shouldn't be coming before your children.
Ever.
Right? We are giving out the best of us to these people every day, and then we come back and give the leftovers to our families.
Yep. Right.
Okay? We are more submissive, and I hate that word, but we are more submissive, and let me take away submissive. We are more kind
and cooperative
to us than we are to our significant other.
Yep.
And that's men and women, right? So what has to happen? How does that change? Like I would say, it's the work. It's a consciousness change. It's a mindset change. It's a paradigm change that needs to happen. Once that happens, then you get up like an hour and say, what y'all not about to get is the best of me and my family get the leftovers. We're gonna flip this thing around. I'm gonna come and I'm gonna do your work, right? But my family is who is going to get the best of me. So can we turn this around? Absolutely. But here's the key. Women have to believe that. We have to believe that. We talk about faith, move mountains. We have to have faith that we can actually move that mountain. Whatever that mountain is, women have to believe in their power once again. Because there was a time that we did, and so did our men. They believed in our power too. Okay. There was a time that was a thing. Okay. And we need to get back to that. We need to tap into that. But the work it's an inner work. It really is. It's not about, and there's so, how I feel about that. Like, it's okay. Beautification is okay. But we really need to get away from the vanity of beautification. And we need to focus on beautifying our spirits, because at the end of the day, that is where the change has to happen. Right? Your body does nothing without your spirit. Nothing. In fact, without your spirit, your body is just there.
Yep.
So you focus on the wrong thing. You need to focus on the thing that drives this vehicle, which is your spirit. Right. So if your spirit is broken, you have to get to a place where you begin to mend that spirit. And then you could pass that on to your children, because the truth is, our children are inheriting trauma from the womb now. This isn't even a thing of when they come out of the womb and they spank and you beat. No, they're inheriting it from the womb. They're hearing from the womb, you and their father fighting and about to kill each other. They're hearing from in the womb that you are so sad that you're pregnant and you don't want them. They are taking all of that in the womb. So the work is an inner work. I have faith in us because I'm already seeing the changes, right? I'm already seeing the divine feminine doing her thing, right? And rising up and kind of bringing in the balance, because we've been out of balance for a long time. Okay? We've been the women have been pushed in the corner like Baby from Dirty Dancing. You know, when they say nobody puts Baby in the corner, you know? The woman, the divine feminine has kind of been pushed on the side. She didn't go anywhere, right? She was just suppressed. But now she's rising back up. And I want to be clear on this. She is not rising up to dominate. She is rising up to bring back balance. Do not get with these feminists and get it wrong and jump on that bandwagon as, they wear the sweater, the future is woman. Which future? I sure enough don't want to be there. Right. The whole future is just woman.
So we got to be careful on the narratives that we're pushing and so forth. The divine feminine is not coming to dominate the divine masculine. The divine feminine is coming back to bring the balance, because the reason why there's so much sickness in the world is because there's a major imbalance. Patriarchy is an imbalance. And if you just have a matriarchy, that's an imbalance as well.
Yep.
So we have to focus on the balance, but the inner work has to be done first. Once we do that, then everything that we touch is going to be influenced by that energy that you've cultivated through your healing journey. Yeah.
And so I think the whole saying, like, preaching to the choir. So because I think we are very intentional of what we watch, what we give our children, what we're feeding ourselves, not just food, but the music, the entertainment, some of the things that people are watching. I'm like, what? Like, I'll hear something like, what is that? Like, what is this show that everybody's talking about? I'm not gonna say any names because I don't want y'all to be like and I just be like, what is that? So I have to Google it because I'm like, what is everybody talking about? And then I'm just like, it baffles me how much we're just wanting to be entertained.
Yeah.
And so that is a big part of our issue, because as long as we want to be entertained, we're not actually doing the internal work. And then what we're being entertained by is actually influencing our actions. So we see these traumatic, these toxic relationships on TV, and the music is terrible. The music is terrible. And so then then that's going into our subconscious. And so then that's what you're getting. And that's what you're getting. Like when you say, like, all of these people who are having like kids by five different men. And it's just like, yeah, because that is what is being perpetrated all around us in our society. Nobody once said that all the things that I was seeing on social media, because on Facebook, they love being entertained on Facebook. So all of the things that I was seeing with the little McDonald's video, not one person said, "Why old girl got so many?" No one said said anything about the fact that she had other fathers who were not being active in those children's lives or bringing them something to eat. Nobody was saying those things. They were just saying, like, they were just talking about those two individuals. So it's just like, and then people were like, oh, well, yeah, he was wrong or she was wrong or whatever. But we're not talking about the actual roots. We're not talking about the actual root of the problem in our families, which is the lack of balance. Like, we have a lack of balance within our relationships. And just like Hanifa said, like, the divine, because when you look at religion, when you look at our society with patriarchy and all of these different things, where are the women? Like the conversation that you sent me, Hanifa, when Queen Afua said, like, where are the stories of the women who wrote the stories in the Bible? Where are those voices? So we have been just totally, if we are even our story is kind of told, it's always told in support of a man. So that's the thing. It's us being brought into alignment, like Queen Afua said, alignment with our men, and balance with our men. When our children start seeing balance in our homes, then they're able to copy that. When there's only a woman in the home, because how kids are. Kids copy. Like my little 3-year-old, he copies everything. He'll copy something he sees out there. He'll copy he copies his dad. He copies me and things like that. But if there's only a woman in the home, what are they going to copy? They're going to only be able to copy that woman in the home. Yep. And then you get, I forgot, they said it on the show last night, the guy who says he is the epitome, what he said, the epitome of what Black women are, like the archetype of Black women. This gay man says he's the archetype of what Black women are supposed to be. Like,
Okay.
and then we accept that. Like, we accept like that, because
All
that
right.
is what, and then that's what they do. Then they perpetrate what they think Black women are. So they get the most outlandish Black women, the most like the Black women who are, that's what they
Yeah.
think,
They think Black women are like a costume
Right,
that you
right.
can
And
like
then
put
on
on
the
and
other
take
end, you
off.
have
Yeah.
women who are doing that too. They're trying to be like the thug Black men, because it's an over exaggeration and an overreaction to what they think Black men or Black women are. And so that's the imbalance that we continue to see, no matter how you feel about homosexuality, whatever. That is not the point. It's the
Mhm.
point of the imbalance that happens when you only have one. If with characters, like Arshawn said, yeah, it's like we're characters
Caricatures.
now,
Yep.
you know.
Mhm.
And that's the issue that we're seeing, because of the imbalance that is that we continue to let happen, and the imbalance that we continue to absorb. Like, we're constantly absorbing it, like, in the entertainment factor, so we sit on social media, we sit at home, and we're constantly wanting to be entertained. And like, a lot of people look at me, and my children also get upset sometimes because I don't let them watch a lot of stuff. When it comes to, like, like my daughter, she'll go to dance. She's like, my friends were watching, blah blah blah. I'm like, well, that's
Nope.
your friend. You're not watching it. I'm sorry. But because of that, because they're so young and they have these minds that have to be molded, and they don't know that is creeping up into their subconscious, and then they're like portraying that. And so it's yeah, Arshawn said that dopamine addiction. Sometimes I find I cannot stand Facebook. I don't even like being on Facebook. But sometimes I find myself clicking on Facebook, and I'm just like scrolling, because it's that dopamine hit that you get once you get on there. They say you get the same dopamine hit like when you're like eating popcorn, like that constant action. So it's the same dopamine hit, like you get on YouTube and you're just like scrolling, or you get on Instagram and you're just scrolling. It's that same dopamine addiction. So you have to start you have to be intentional. Like, you have to intentionally, like, not do those things. And so Awa had said something. She said a re you said a re Africanizing yourself.
Yeah.
That's what some of us have to do, actually, with being mothers. We have to re-mother ourselves, reparent ourselves, because we may not have gotten what we needed. And then on top of that, we have children of our own that we have to parent. And so we have to understand that, okay, I can't be that young child who did not get what I needed. And so all of this is intentional. All of this has to be like, you have to be intentional, and really be like, you have to have it in your frontal lobe constantly. Because like I said, like, I had to apologize to my daughter for yelling. I shouldn't have yelled in the first place. I grew up around yellers, like that's like that's what I grew up around.
Yeah.
So I have to sometimes make myself. My husband does a good job too. Sometimes he'll be like, calm down, because that's what my upbringing was. And so when I do it, I do have to go. I'd be like, okay, I got to go apologize, because I don't want them to think that, like, that's, I I have to be conscious in what I'm doing. And so there's times when I'm looking at, when you're looking at these toxic videos of toxic mothers, you'd be like, man, you do have some of those toxic traits that you have to be intentional of. Like, you have to be like, man, I've done this, So, and
But
that's
I wanted to say to the latter part of the
mhm,
topic, which is when do you walk away? I think other part of walking away too that people we need to understand when we're adults
mhm,
is that's because you can always point out when things went kind of array between you and your parent. So you
mhm,
could say, when I was 13, that's when
mhm,
our relationship begins to get strained, right? So
mhm,
there's the 13-year-old in you that still desires that from your parent. And
mhm,
so you're going to have to raise
that 13-year-old you. You're
Yeah.
going to have to give that 13-year-old you what your mother was unable to give them. That's a part of that journey and that healing and that walking away, is to say, I'm going to love on that part of myself that didn't get that from the adults or the mother or whoever in my
Right.
life. So now I'm going to give that to that part of myself, you know? So if it's something like, I said to people, I mean, okay, maybe hula hooping, you know, some childlike thing. All of that is a part of that healing, to where you're raising that part of yourself. You know, you're
Right.
an adult, but that part of you is still there emotionally. It's kind of still stuck, and it's almost like waiting for your. It's almost like you're stuck and waiting for your parents' return, right? But they may never come. They may never come. So what are you going to do? You're going to have to help that 16-year-old part of you. You're going to have to help her move on. You're going to have to help her move on. You're going to have to help her heal. And there may be some things where it's like, when that relationship got strained, you stopped doing certain things that you love. Maybe you used to draw, right? And that could be a part of your healing too, to get back. All of a sudden now you're doing that shadow work and you have this desire to draw again. And you haven't drawn in 20 years. You know what I'm saying? But because you're doing that work and you're healing that part of yourself, now you find that these things are coming back. Foods maybe that you liked, you know, when you were at that age, that you haven't had in a long time, you know, it could be anything. But once you start to do what they call that shadow work, that deep work, you're going to see certain things, certain desires, certain your appetite, and all of these things is going to start coming back up. And you'll remember, well, wait, the last time I did this was such and such, because there's that part of you that needs to be raised, if I may.
Desiring toxic things as well. And I told the story, I told the story before, how like growing up, especially as a teenager, growing up in the South, like spicy food is a thing. Like eating spicy food, like that's a part of growing up in the South. Like you don't think anything of it. And so I always crave spicy food. And so I did start realizing, as I started my healing journey, that I stopped craving it. And spicy food is connected to anger. And so that's the thing, is just like we connect, like, you know, some people have like salty foods or sweet foods. Sweet foods are connected to emotions, you know, and a lack of love. And so a lot of those things that we think that, you know, and because I remember in high school, like I would eat a lot of honey buns and spicy foods. That's what I was eating in as a teenager. And so you start seeing that you stop desiring those toxic things. Somebody who likes to go out and go, you know, when you go drinking or whatever it may be, you'll stop desiring those things too when you start healing yourself. So that's a part, as a women, it's very important for us to go on the healing journey, because as African women, we are healers. Like we are supposed to be healers in our communities, in our families, and foremost within ourselves. Like we are supposed to be doing the journey, the inward. We're supposed to be going inward and taking that journey. And that's what we're supposed to be doing. Like when we see something toxic about ourselves, we're supposed to be pointing that out and supposed to be saying like, hey, I got to fix this about myself. Just like Awa, when you said, like, these are things that I have been intentional about. That is what we're supposed to be doing as mothers. We're not supposed to be accepting the past just because it was given to us by someone that we love. And, you know, that's a toxic trait in itself. I'm just going to accept this just because I love this person. So, you know, it's really intentional work. Like that's all I can really say, like going inward. So it's, you know, I say this all the time, those who have ears, let them hear, you know, because, you know, I know everyone is not going to do that. I know everybody's not going to turn off the TV, you know, like we did years ago. I know everybody's not going to stop listening to toxic music, but there are some people who will go on the journey. You know, I read books, like you said, I read books about how to be a good wife and how to be a good mother, you know, and took that journey, because a lot of us don't even have the blueprint for it. You know, we didn't see those things growing up, so we had to learn those things ourselves. So, but that is about you know, if we are interested in bringing balance, and I'm not sure if Dante was still here, because he said, is submission a dirty word? Dante, we had a whole conversation live on this, so you should go look at that live. Because we talked about submission. But yeah, like that is you know, I think I was the one who had a problem with it the most.
Really? No, I feel the same way about submission. No, not submission itself, but the how it's just been thrown around of recent, like in the last 2 years or something. I have a major problem with it, just like toxic masculinity and narcissism.
Mhm.
And the way, oftentimes when submission is discussed, it's discussed from people who subscribe to Abrahamic religions. And Abrahamic religions, they have, I heard somebody say, the Genesis, the book of the creation story in the Bible is a straight up smear campaign against the divine feminine. So any religion that puts me in a second class role, right, and do not put, like, I have an issue with that. And usually when submission is discussed, it is discussed by Christians who think, or who attempts to project their way of doing marriage and whatever onto everyone, but everyone doesn't subscribe to that. And to the point to where you start to alienate and you start to demean people because they don't subscribe to your version of submission. The last panel I was on about submission, and it wasn't yours, my aunt, I swear it must have been the spirit, okay, in me that day. But I told them, the conversation about submission is such a low vibrational conversation to me. It is beneath me, because I do not have to have that conversation with the guy I'm with. It's like, why? There's mutual respect. If you are a human being, a decent human being, and you honor and respect the person that you connect with and you couple with, there don't need to be a conversation about, well, who will lead? Are you going to submit to me? There needs to be no conversations about that, because when you're talking about love, right, respect is an automatic thing when you're talking about love. So when we get into these conversations about submission, it's a very slave-like conversation, and it puts women in subjugation, and I just cannot subscribe to that. And it's also because I am not a Christian, and I don't need you projecting your Christian dogma onto me, because I am going to buck back against it every single time, because I understand that I have a moral compass outside of it, and my ancestors had a moral compass because before there was even someone named Jesus Christ that walked the earth. Okay, there were whole societies functioning, okay, before there was a 10 commandments. So because I know this stuff, I'm just like, when we talk about submission, it's not that it's a dirty word. It's not. It's the way that it's spoken of in this space that's irritating to my spirit. Okay, it's my very gentle spirit. But go ahead.
So you say it's submission is respectful cooperation. I just think balance is, like, you know, that is the corporation that you're talking about. Because you asked about the we can have a little bit off topic, but just to answer your question, Dante, about the definition, because to me definition is important. We start making up our own definitions for things, but like when I looked at the etymology of submission, it says an act of referring to a third party for judgment or decision, a lowering, letting down, sinking to, let down, put down, lower, reduce, yield. And so like that's what it is. It's like you are reducing that. You're telling me to reduce myself. You're telling me to yield to a higher or a superior force or to a higher authority. So that's what that's saying. If you I don't know what you believe, but if you believe in the whole concept of creation and what that means, and that we used both the forces, whether you want to call them masculine or feminine, whatever you want to call them, those were both used simultaneously. Like, you weren't just saying like, hey, this, you know, and that's the issue with, you know, the creation story that is in the Bible, which was fabricated, which, you know, they just threw in there because, you know, it sounded good, you know. So it's those those are that's the issue. So that's where we get a lot of our submission talk from. We get it from this fabricated story with, you know, it's out. Okay, I'm not gonna get into religion.
Wait,
But
Hour. Am I the only one sitting here like, did my aunt have this in the chamber? Because I'm like, we were talking about toxic mother. She done brought up a whole PowerPoint.
She ready. She said ready. Listen, I'm just like, okay. I mean, I like it. Like, oh, pull it up.
Like, yeah, I stay ready.
You gotta stay ready so you don't gotta get ready. Let's do it.
I had this from our conversation that we had on submission, so it's like in there. But so if I respect and love you, I will not look at you as inferior. But that's the thing, like, you know, a lot of people don't look as words as important, but I do look as words as important. So when you use a word and it has definition, that is how you're defining me. You know, that's why we talk about like naming ourselves and things like that, because, you know, that whatever the name is, just like I was said, like if you consider yourself an American, that is what you kind of like. There's certain things that come with calling yourself American. If you call yourself African, if you call whatever you call yourself, even but your name, like your last name, if your last name is something, it comes with certain things. If you work for a company, that means that they want you to adhere, like, you know how they say, like, don't like if you go out in public and do something, make sure that it's not reflecting on them. It's certain things that happen when you use a word or a name. You can say different names right now, different like corporations right now, and it comes with a certain thought, like you just think something. When you hear toxic mothers, there's something that comes into your mind. It's usually Black women, right? Like that's what comes into people's minds. So that's why I say, like, it's about the definition. You can look at it and say, like, my spouse is submissive to me, but I don't look at it that way. But it's still the word, and that's why I personally choose to use the word balance. I believe more in balance, and I talked about that before when I did my Ma'at Wednesdays. I talked about balance in the relationship and what balance in the Ma'atic way and what that looks like, as opposed to what we see in religion as far as submission goes. But you know, people are free. I personally have an issue with it. My husband knows this. Hanifa knows this. Most people who have had conversations with me about submission know I have an issue with the word submission. It doesn't necessarily come from per se religion. It comes more of I've always been like that with definitions. Like I like to define words, and then if I look at the word and I'm like, man, that word does not line up with what I believe it to be, because we also change words for our own benefit or to fit our own narrative. So that's really what it goes into. That's how I feel about it. But anyway,
I'm going to say the same thing I said on the last panel about submission. Submission is slavery. When I think of submission, I think of slavery. So is it a dirty word? Absolutely.
Well, I don't feel bad because
okay, maybe she has the strongest opinion on it.
Let the Europeans keep their word. You know who submits? Enslaved people. They submit to their master. If you want that type of relationship with your significant other, then
that's on you.
That's on you.
Exactly.
Just make sure you know where it came from.
I'm glad that you said that, because you're right. So that's my issue, is that when you ask someone to explain what they mean by submission, they're talking about subjugation. Like really, that's what they describe. And it's like, you guys can have that. And then they assume that if you are not pushing that I'm submissive, or a man or the man you're with is not pushing that somehow your relationship is out of balance and like it's disrespectful and whatever. And I'm like, no, it's not. That is what you think, because you think that submission, your form of submission, has to happen for our relationship to run smoothly. But I got news for you. That's not necessarily true. But I'm with you guys. I'm learning how to like not go too hard on people. And I'm just gonna be honest. I go hard on Christians because I was a Christian and I was a studious Christian, right? And so I knew them scriptures. And so when I see how they come for people, it bothers me, it triggers me, and I feel like I have to protect my people automatically, right? From their dogma, because I'm like, that no, we talk about toxicity, that shit is toxic. Is there toxic Christianity? Do we want, is that next topic?
I mean, it's a term in the church. What, church hurt? Yeah, like, you know, church hurt is a thing. Yeah.
I'm gonna do better, y'all. I swear I will. I'm gonna do better.
But the thing is, and I don't mean to keep it off topic, but like you can be in a relationship. Like I feel like my husband leads this family, but I'm not a submissive person. It doesn't mean that I can't be led by the head of my household. We just don't use that word. We gonna leave that word with the slave masters. Ain't nobody submitting to nothing around here. I don't want him submitting to nobody, and I'm not submitting to nobody.
I agree with you, Dante. I agree with Awa. I agree with you, Dante. You're right, because that comes up a lot where people like to get technical and say, if there's a decision that has to be made, which way do you go? Whichever way works best for the family. It doesn't matter who I date.
Which is my husband. Yes.
There we go. So if you know financially, this person is, look, my ex-husband he had a business degree. He was good with finances. He managed that. You understand what I'm saying? So if you're with someone and you know that they're stronger in an area, right? Like for example, when I go to my fiance, I go to my fiance about certain things because I know he's more equipped and more knowledgeable in that area, right? And I just don't have the information, so I go to him when he wants my opinion on certain things that specifically that has to do with like women and parenting and stuff. He will say to me, I value your opinion on that, so I'm asking you this. That is what mutual submission looks like, is to look at what that person has, the strengths that person have, and what they bring to the relationship, and honor that and respect it. That's all it is. And they do the same. It's a mutual exchange. It is called reciprocity.
Reciprocity, right?
Is reciprocity. Yeah, but I agree, Dante. If Awa has the better, even she comes up with it, and it's like we bring them to the table and we say, you know what, Awa, what you brought up is probably going to take us further, or is going to work best for the family. We don't get into, well, no, we got to go with mine because I have the penis. Who the hell does that? Because I'm the man, we got to go with my idea. But yet Awa has the better idea. That's just retardation at this point. So for me, it's like, come on.
You know why I think the internet YouTube sphere is like so obsessed with this word? I think it's because people don't really understand what it takes to be in like a long-term successful relationship. And they have it in their mind that if women would just submit to the man, then we would be fine. But as someone who just celebrated their 12th year wedding anniversary, I can tell you that the key to a long and successful marriage is the ability to problem solve. And problem solving, if you can solve a problem together, then you're going to be fine. But part of problem solving means you let whoever is like you said, whoever is better at finances, handle the finances, whoever is better at this, handle this. And you both just do your part to make everything work together. And you're not playing tit for tat. You're not measuring who's doing more, who's doing less. You're just, you have a common goal and you work together for a common objective, and that's it. So there is no need to like submissive. Like, no, we don't do that over here.
There's a toxic thing. This is something I consider toxic that I heard before I got married. My money is my money, and his money is my money.
That's
and
crazy.
So
that's a toxic woman. Yeah,
like that's toxic, right? And you see a lot of women who operating within that, like. Yo, like I don't like, our money is just our money. Like, if
you know what that stems from? You know what that stems from though? that stems from like living under like a scarcity environment.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
if you're like afraid of like that's fear. It's irrational and like because I mean that's ridiculous. But yeah,
Yeah.
that's scarcity. That's scarcity in action. That's what it looks like when you don't come from a place of abundance, when you're always thinking about what you're about to lose or what you might lose or how somebody's gonna get
Or
over
then
on
even the
you or
whole
blah blah blah.
concept, like, you gotta keep, you gotta keep some money to the side because he
I've
might
never
up and leave you.
literally 12 years and I've never had a separate account. All of our money
Yeah.
goes joint into an account. I've never like feel like I had to prepare for him to leave me or for me to leave him because that's just not the type of life that we're living. Like,
And that's what I told, and I think I shared this with Hanifa, and I shared this with someone else. I was just like, because we've been married 14 years, to be 15 in December.
Wow. Yeah,
and
I mean, that's good.
And the thing is like,
wait, how old are you?
I'm 30. I'll be 37 in September.
I'll be 37 in December. So you've been married since you were.
I was 20. We got married at 22.
23?
13.
Oh wow! I thought I got married young. Lord.
Yeah, we were 20. We were babies.
Yeah, I mean, but that's dope because you're making it work.
Yeah. But that was the thing. Like, that's what I say. Like, submission was. That's just not a conversation we had. Like,
it's unnecessary.
Right. It was just like,
it's
so when we go into these YouTube streets, it's kind of like, then it becomes this like conversation. You just be like, this is just like, because men who are, okay, I got to be careful. Men who are, how do I say this?
You can tell that they ain't never been in a successul long-term relationship.
Like,
those are the people who talk about
this. They don't have to say that. They don't have to say, "Woman, submit to me." You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a reciprocal thing. Like, an example, like I primarily do homeschool the kids, but I know that he's better in science. So, and I'll say, hey, go ask your daddy that thing. They'll ask me something. I'm like, I don't know that, but I'm pretty sure your daddy know that. So I'll tell them to go and talk to him, and he can break it down for them. Like, so that's the thing. It's just like it's just something, but I'm not gonna be like, I'm submitting. I don't know. Anyway, he said, is it toxic or abusive for a child to see how two adults can't compromise? One thing that I did learn with that is your kids are going to either hear you argue or see you argue. That's a given. Even if you're behind closed doors, they can hear you. Yeah. So one thing is, if my kids hear or see us argue, I also want them to see us. I want them to see us what is the make up, I guess, in the sense like make up or being able to work things out, to come to solve problems. So that's the thing that they will always see as well. They'll be able to see us actually solve problems, or they'll say, okay, because if you're going to argue in front of your kids, make sure that they also see you make up, because a lot of times people are only seeing they're only seeing the arguing, and that creates an imbalance with the kids. And sometimes kids will internalize it as it's their fault, because sometimes you might be arguing about something having to do with the kids. So that's kind of like my take on it. But let's see.
But I do agree that it is toxic if you're in a household where like you're always fighting and you can't like agree on anything, and it's like if that leads to a level of instability where you can't like you don't keep one man and you got like a rotation, like I think that can be toxic, because then if they're not seeing an example of like you being with one person like long term, I think that can be a problem.
Yeah. And that's very true. And and then you can kind of tell when the kids are absorbing that imbalance, because they'll
they'll talk about it. They'll come out in ways.
Because like my daughters, they'll even they'll start arguing more if like they hear an argument or something like that. So
Mm.
being very careful, and also just having a conversation like, hey, I know y'all just heard that argument. Like, so understand, because you also want them to understand that it had nothing, it's nothing. My daughter, she has like these weird things, because we don't argue a lot, anymore, like in the beginning years. Beginning years, they're rough, but the thing is just like, you have to kind of explain some things to your children, and that's what a lot of things that we lack too. Like, we
We
didn't
don't
get
talk to kids. Yeah.
right. You don't talk to kids, and you don't have to
Yeah.
tell them like your issues, but
Yeah.
explaining
Just
them
explain.
things in things that they can understand, like, and so that's, I think, a big thing in how we can create uh more of a balance in our relationship. So we're gonna wrap up, because it has been over 4 hours, ladies.
It's the longest live I've ever done, but I'm glad I made it.
I said 2 hours and it turned into 4.
It was a
So,
really
okay, it
good
was
conversation. It
really
was.
good. We definitely have to have a part 2, because we have to discuss Africana womanism, because that's
Yes,
what, to me, that's what rejecting feminism is. Because it wasn't until I knew about Africana womanism that I was able to, like, without any guilt, shift my focus to family and be like, F work. Because
right.
before that, like, yeah. So
I
we
would love
definitely,
to hear you discuss that hour. I would love to hear your
Yeah.
take on that hour for sure.
Yeah, so
I'll
we
come back.
definitely
Let's
have
do
to have
that.
that. That's been long overdue, because I remember you had asked me about that a while ago.
Yeah,
So yeah,
definitely gotta do that.
we'll have that, definitely have that discussion. But ladies, I want to thank you so much. This was such a wonderful conversation. I really appreciate y'all coming and having this conversation with me. And with that being said, I will end this live. Thank you everyone who came, shared, spoke in the chat, everything. I love you guys. I'll see you next time. Peace, family.
Yes.
Bye.